Before we start, I must let you know that we'll be recording this conference and that we will be live streaming it as well. So it'll be available on social media. Now we're just going to wait a minute or two before we get started. Very good turnout already. That's encouraging. Everybody wants to make the world a better place. Lovely to see. Excellent. I think we'll get started. So welcome everyone to the second day of Delivering the Human Future Conference. Yesterday we had a fantastic lineup of speakers who told us about the intertwined nature of the existential threats facing humanity, the lessons learned from the COVID pandemic and how to prepare for the next one, the enormous issue of water scarcity and the path forward, our trajectory towards a hothouse Earth, the nuclear menace, the sixth mass extinction, and the dangers posed by AI. It was a very full day and very interesting, full of information on what awaits us if we do nothing. And today, I'm happy to say we're going to turn our focus towards solutions. So we will do so by exploring the topics of how to clean the earth, how to set up a renewable food system, how to change the world through personal influence and activism, and how the economic system can be inflected to better cope with the huge challenges ahead. But most of all, we're going to focus on solutions at the plenary session, which will be our last time slot of today, and where we're going to explore solutions and action with all our speakers, the ones from yesterday and the ones from today. And they're going to together explore the questions and how they interconnect with each other, because one of the main purposes of this conference is to explain how all these existential threats are interconnected and how the solutions to all these existential threats must also be interconnected. So the plenary is actually really important to bring everything together. And we highly encourage you to stay until the end, because as participants, you'll have an opportunity to ask direct questions to the speakers and to engage in the debate yourself. So without further ado, we're going to move on to our first talk of the day, which is about how to clean up the earth, humanity's next great challenge. This talk is given to us by Professor Ravi Naidu, who is a laureate professor and the director of the Global Center for Environmental Remediation at Newcastle University, Australia. He is the managing director of the Cooperative Research Center for Contamination Assessment and Remediation of the Environment, and the founder of the Global Care Alliance, a worldwide scientific initiative to find ways to curb the growing impact of chemical contamination on human health and the environment. He is renowned internationally for his work in soil science, contamination assessment, and remediation. So here is Professor Ravi Naidu on Clean Earth, Humanity's Next Great Challenge.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. By way of introduction, my name is Ravi Naidu, and I'm the Managing Director and Chief Executive of Cooperative Research Center for Contamination Assessment and Remediation of the Environment, and also a university professor with the University of Newcastle. My lecture today focuses on cleaning up the earth, and the story that I'm going to take you through is what focuses on the work that I have done for the last 30 years. And that work has all been about contaminants in the environment, the impact that it can have on environment and human health, and what we need to do to clean up our environment. But first, I just want to all of us to acknowledge that what we call contaminants in certain low doses is what we need as well. For example, the metals like lead, copper, nickel, for instance, all of these, when we're mining these, and the gold as well for that matter, what we're mining, we're all put to good use. And for that matter, organic contaminant, PFAS, for instance, and that was all synthesized for us to be able to manage fire and minimize risk to both environment and human health. And so when managed well in low doses, these do not pose any risk. Where the challenge with these chemical compounds or elements is when these are generated in excess amounts and these get into the environment accidentally, for instance, through spillages, these can pose a significant risk, such that when exposed over a long period, it can lead to death as well, fatalities, for instance. So in this presentation, a very brief introduction on chemical pollutants in the environment, the impact that it can have on human health, environmental health, the risk, and the great challenge that we are confronted with from cleanup of the earth perspective. And based on all these, a brief concluding comments as well. I would like to start my presentation by taking you through this outstanding publication by Rockstrom and his co-authors in Nature. In this presentation, these researchers, they identified 10 planetary boundaries. And they said that one of the 10 planetary boundaries, for humanity's sake, we ought not to transgress. And that planetary boundary is chemical pollution. And if you look at chemical pollution, as they said, it's not yet quantified, but it has major implications to the other 9 planetary boundaries. I didn't circle biodiversity, but yes, it does have implications to that as well. Pollutants impact ozone, are responsible for, can be linked to ozone depletion, for instance. Pollution impact biogeochemical cycle and therefore biodiversity, and the other planetary boundaries as well. But what's more striking as well is that these authors, they said that chemical contamination is equivalent or greater significance with climate change, something that we often forget. We focus on climate change, we forget that chemical pollution is also posing significant risk to both environment and human health. Let's look at some of these sources of pollutant. So there are 2 different sources of pollutants. One is point sources. And when you look at point sources, here we are looking at very high concentrations of pollutants that are spread over small areas. And often this could be through accidental spillages of industrial waste, for instance, or at a time when we did not have appropriate legislation, we used to dig and dump these wastes. And that could lead to both soil and groundwater contamination. And often it's quite a challenge to clean these, but because small area, we have cleaned some of these, but not all. As opposed to point source, we have non-point source pollution. And this is low doses of pollutions spread over a large area. And these could be pesticides in the farming area, for example, or cadmium. But you can't clean these by removing contaminants. All we can do is manage these. So Earth is polluted. No matter what country you go to, you will have certain doses of contaminants or pollutants present. And small countries like Pacific Island countries, you will have a landfill site, for instance. There'll be emissions as well. Larger countries, you'll have a whole lot of other sorts of pollutants. Industries emitting, as we see here in this slide. Many vehicles, large areas with pesticide pollutions, for example. Ships, oil spills, electronic waste. So no matter which direction you see, in large countries, you see many sources of pollutants. Smaller countries, to some extent, not as many sources, but we do see pollutants. And many of these can be found in soils. These are human-made pollutants, And here is just an example of some that I have listed here. Most, if not all of these can be found in soil, from arsenic, other inorganic contaminants, to organic contaminants that includes pesticides, and of late PFAS as well. This is just a little drop given the enormous number of known and unknown chemicals that we are confronted with in our environment. Now, moving from these different pollutants, contaminants, to the number of potentially contaminated sites. This was published in 2005, except for the last row here on Asia region. You can see in the second column that we have millions, in total millions of potentially contaminated sites. I haven't included Eastern Europe, there's another 3 million there, and we are spending billions of dollars trying to clean up these contaminated sites, billions of dollars. And to clean these all up, a US estimate suggests $650 billion over 30 to 35 years. I have seen a recent article that says up to $4 to $4.5 trillion. And take that into consideration, planet, the Earth, the number of contaminated sites, you are looking at many trillions of dollars to clean up these contaminated sites. And even though we've been cleaning for more than 50 years, less than 10% of the contaminated sites have been cleaned. And this is largely because of the complex, heterogeneous nature of the environment that we are dealing with, and also technologies, they're there, but they're not those that can clean environment overnight. And moving from point source to non-point source, and this is a figure from Google, it shows that no matter what country you look at, if you look at the green bar charts, you have very large areas of land that have pollutants or contaminants associated with them. And to clean these broadacre farms is quite a challenge. You can't remove the soil, you can't extract. All we can do, like we do for cadmium, is manage these in the soil so that they don't get into plants. Earth is therefore already polluted by both geogenic processes and anthropogenic activities. The main pollutants are the chemicals used in industry or produced as byproducts. And we know that there are more than 144,000 human-made chemicals. And look, we are also releasing more than 2,000 new chemicals every year. And this is something that you see from the US Department of Health publication. And according to Julian Cribb, his latest book, we are generating more than 250 gigatons of human emissions. I'm not going to go into the details of this, but if you look at what you have there, is the chemicals that we have, pesticides, nutrients, e-waste, and all the carbon dioxide that we generate through mining activities, and of course the topsoil as well. And all of these chemicals, they impact our critical zone. Critical zone is what is defined as the zone between the top of the tree to groundwater. And if you take a cross-section of this, just into the soils, you have the surface soil, and you have the subsurface soil, and then you have the subsurface again, which has groundwater. And if you have rain, for instance, if you have contaminants present in the soil through accidental spillage, for instance, if you have rain, these will leach into subsurface soils, and once it gets into groundwater, the groundwater is moving, and therefore it can carry pollutants from the source zone and can be into oceans or riverine systems as well. And if you have volatiles, that will come into air, and you can breathe that. And if it is a large area, you're growing crops from soil into crops as well. So here we are looking at a critical zone which also supports the ecosystem processes, and therefore it can impact ecosystem services as well. Looking at the impact of contaminants, as I've been talking about both human health as well as environmental health, and I talked about critical zone. Critical zone is all about natural capital. Natural capital is the one which underpins ecosystem services. And when you look at ecosystem services, there are beneficial flows of goods between natural capital stocks or stocks and human. And a paper published in Nature in 1997 lists 17 ecosystem services. I won't go into details of these, But every one of these ecosystem services would involve soil. Imagine you contaminate your soil. By contaminating your soil, you are impacting all the biogeochemical cycles, and in doing so, you're impacting ecosystem services. And GDP, which worth about, total GDP is about $18 trillion, that's impacted as well. So all in all, contaminants present in the agricultural environment and also in the urban environment, they are and can continue to impact our ecosystem services. And how do they impact human? And there is a food chain. So volatile, the link, you can inhale that. Soil, children playing can ingest that through crops that we grow, through fodder, animal, groundwater to animal, and also groundwater, soil to human. And it's all about food security, yield, and also crop quality. So we are confronted with a massive, massive challenge, not just in one country, globally as well. Along with contaminated soil, we have to deal with dust, whether it's mining, for instance, whether vehicles, emissions from there, the dust particles, they can all have associated contaminants as well. And any contaminant that leaches, it can pollute water and groundwater as well. Just focusing on dust, the air pollution, WHO report in 2014 sums up really well. A 2012 work that they did demonstrates that 7 million premature deaths could be linked to air pollution, 1 in 8 of total global deaths. This is more than double previous estimates. And so air pollution is now the world's largest single environmental human health. Reducing air pollution could save millions of lives. And when you compare the number of people who die from exposure to pollutants against all the other illnesses that we have, just direct chemical exposure as opposed to air pollution kills 4.9 million people every year. That's far more than HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, traffic accidents, malaria. And add to that number who die from dust, air pollution, that makes it $12 million per year as well. So where do we escape? Thermal exposures can get into us, inhalation, we inhale dust and through air, odor exposures, through food and other associated material that you intake. It gets accumulated into our system through human milk, from human milk into babies, and also from mother to fetus or to amniotic fluid as well. So there is no escape when you have pollutants in the air. This is just an example of one contaminant. You have many other contaminants as well. An excellent paper by Harvard group shows that brain development conditions affect millions of children worldwide. Won't go into the details of all of this, but they linked these conditions to 5 industrial chemicals. We know all of these: lead, methyl mercury, PCBs, arsenic, and toluene. And more recently, that was 2006, they've added another 6 such chemicals: manganese fluoride, copariphos, dichloro-diphenyltrichloroethane, tetrachloroethylene, and polypropylethylene, polybrominated diphenyl ethers as well. There are many more that remain undiscovered as well, and something that we need to focus on. And these are just a couple of examples. One where you have muscle, bivalve, for instance, exposed to tributyl tin, and here the male organ is coming out of its head. The second one is arsenic exposure, low doses over a sustained period, for instance. And there are many examples of arsenic fluoride contamination, exposure, and what it does to human health that ultimately leads to death as well. Now, cleanup, the massive challenge we face. If you look at global contaminant sites and pace of remediation, as I said, less than 10% of sites have been remediated. And over time, 5 million, but you add to that Eastern European contaminant sites, 8 to 10 million, and look at the amount, the cost of remediation, $80 to $100 billion per annum, and yet we are not remediating as fast as we would like to. Most of the money is being spent by developed nations. Developing nations do not have financial resources. but also they do not have the capacity, human capacity. So in this figure, if I show investment on x-axis, GDP on x-axis, investment y-axis, and you can see the focus here. Developing nations don't have that much money to spend. Developed nations spend a lot, but still cleanup is not as fast as you'd like it to be. And besides, human capacity in developing nations, trained people, is not as many. And therefore, there's a need for us to focus on both capacity as well as how do we provide support for them to clean environment. Now, what do we need? Firstly, regulation. Second, technology, finance, capacity, and stakeholder support. Regulation is important, both the introduction of chemicals, at the same time, the endpoints for remediation. Appropriate technologies, do we have them, cost-effective ones? Where do we get finance from, and how do we build capacity to help developing nations and other nations to cope with remediation as well? Why regulation is failing? 19 out of 144,000 chemicals have only been banned thus far. We release more than 2,000 every year, and as according to UNEP, only many new chemicals are not tested for human and environmental safety. Replacing old chemicals with new ones still brings new problems. And then companies shift production of banned chemicals, pesticides, from developed nations where it's banned to poorly regulated countries as well, which is not a help. It continues to deliver those chemicals that we don't want and keep spreading it beyond their country as well. The cleanup technologies that we have, quite a few researchers are coming up with these technologies. Where do we fail? Researchers publish papers, but these do not go from publications out into the field. And that's something that we need to look at. What resources can we put in place such that green, cost-effective technologies that are published by researchers are converted from lab out into the field? And there needs to be collaboration with practitioners and industries as well. We need to build capacity in each country, and if we have that, then we could have some really new cost-effective technology innovations which are ready or good for the developing countries as well. And of course, policy consideration comes into picture as well. Won't go through these, but I can say that yes, we have quite a few, but we still need to do quite a lot more to come up with those cost-effective technologies. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we have more than 5 million potentially contaminated sites. Chemical pollutant in soil is not a single entity. It's present in mixtures and is linked to water and air. Our health burden is higher than for any other casualty. The impact of chemical pollutant is 5 times as large as our climate impact. The regulations could play a central role in managing the introduction of new chemicals in the environment. We do believe that there is a need for an accord like Paris climate change, but for soil pollutants. A global initiative is needed, and to this end, in 2013, I launched Global Contamination Assessment and Remediation Enterprise, Global CARE. Not a company to make money, but networking, getting people together who can work together to help minimize the exposure of humans in the Earth's biosphere to anthropogenic chemical contamination from all sources. My email, if you could write, ravi.naidu@crccare.com. We welcome companies, welcome researchers to join this network so we can jointly make an impact that helps us clean up our planet. Let's seal the deal. We've already started. Have you? If not, want you to join us. And Global Care Action, this is what we have been doing. We are looking forward to you helping us deliver some, if not all of these. With that, I will say thank you very much for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Professor Naidu, for this extremely interesting talk about soil and ocean pollution. This is a topic that I wasn't very familiar with before you started talking about it. So I think it's really good that you bring awareness to it. Professor Naidu, would you mind turning your camera on, if at all possible? Oh, I see you now. Hello. Fantastic. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions now. So we all remember the 1984 Bhopal disaster, where 4,000 people died within days of a leak from a pesticide plant. And recently, this was echoed by the leak in the Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh. And we see that there are repeating issues 35 years apart, such as, for example, a plant owned by overseas owners, workers unaware of their rights, low enforcement of environmental protection and worker protection. And this is not just happening in developing countries. Recently, there was a movie on Netflix called Dark Waters about the Teflon contamination of forever chemicals in the water supply in the US. So in your opinion, what can be done to avoid and better deal with these incidents in the future?
Thank you very much for that question. It's an excellent question. If you look at some of these instances, these are industries that have been there for quite some time. And they were there at a time when we had legislations. They were not as stringent as it could have been. And they're not the only industries. There could be quite a number of other industries as well operating right now, but bound by the legislation that we had 30, 40, 50 years ago. And the first thing that's required, I believe, is that, that regulatory bodies must consider these old industries and see whether they are working within the constraints of the policies that they have. Unless we do that, we'll continue to see these occasional incidences that we have seen, Bhopal being one, and it can lead to many fatalities. So we do need legislations that do take into consideration regulatory policies and chemicals that are being used, and not just focus on industries making money.
Yes, I think that's a really fair point. Bouncing off on that, you explained really well the enormous task of cleaning the 8 to 10 million sites that are contaminated and the enormous cost of that enterprise. Do you think this should be undertaken by the corporations who polluted in the first place, or by government, or by somebody else?
I do believe that it has to be partnership. Partnership because any contaminated site that we clean, and for that matter, crops that we grow, there are certain policies that we have to adhere to, and any contaminated site that we clean, there has to be endpoints for remediation. That's where regulatory bodies they come into picture. So, and hence cooperative research center that I have, which is a partnership of industries plus regulatory bodies. So they tell us the policies, and we then try to underpin those policies with science, which then the industries use to clean up the environment. So in every country, we do need to see partnership between owners of contaminated sites, these are large industries, and also regulatory bodies, and there they have to invest money as well.
Absolutely, yes. I think this would be a very good way forward. So we have questions from the participants, one from Shan Turnbull, who asks, so you speak a lot during your presentation on soil pollution. So Shan would like to know also about ocean pollution and how that might affect the human population.
Absolutely right. Ocean pollution is there. People keep saying that dilution is the solution. It's not solution, because in ocean we have aquatic ecosystem, which has organisms, fish, and other things. They bioaccumulate pollutants, and so microplastics, even though present in very low doses, they are bioaccumulated by fish, for example, by prawns, by bivalves, which then get transferred to human systems as well. So there is absolute need for us to take that into consideration as well.
Okay. And you discussed a lot the impact of chemical pollution on the human population. But bouncing back on the intervention of Professor Ceballos yesterday, who was talking about the sixth extinction, what do you think is the impact on ecosystems and biodiversity? And how can we quantify the effect of chemical pollution on the wild animals?
A very good question. I haven't seen anything where we have quantified, except the work that's being done in Belgium, where they have been looking at biodiversity and also animals. Other than that, I haven't seen much, but clearly, yes, they are equally impacted.
Mm-hmm. We have another question from a participant, Peter Hayes, who asks, how can we compare the scale of climate impacts with the scale of chemical contamination impacts? You say that we're focusing a lot on climate change, but chemical contamination is very important as well. So is there any way to compare the two?
Absolutely. The first thing to note about climate change, and of course, I'm a huge believer in that. With climate change, you see the impact when it happens. Drought, famine, flooding, for example, we see that in New South Wales right now. And that has a much bigger impact than pollutants, because when you're exposed to pollutants, initially you don't see the impact. And then when it really happens, a very painful death. When you look at thousands of people who have died from exposure to arsenic, these were low doses of arsenic. People were drinking water, low doses of arsenic present in rice, but the volume of water that you drink, the amount of rice that people were ingesting, that easily exceeded the total daily intake. And what sort of death? Very painful death they all went through. So that's the difference. In one case, you don't see it happening until it really gets you. And the other case, you can see it. And that's the difference. So I'm not saying climate change is not important, it's equally important. And pollutants are generally very, very much equally important as well. But here is a case where we don't see. When it happens, it leads to painful death.
Need to quantify and also, I suppose that's easy also to explain to the greater public because it's invisible. So while you were talking, you explained the concept of planetary boundaries, and it reminded me of the intervention of Professor Stefan yesterday, who introduced the concept of the donut of Kate Raworth. So how would you say the planetary boundaries that you talked about and the donut relate to each other?
Look, I need to read the paper because I was jotting down yesterday and I couldn't get all of that. So it's very hard for me to comment on that one.
That's okay.
Julian might be able to help.
We have a speaker later, Lori Lamberton, I think, who also mentions the donut. So maybe we'll talk about it in the plenary because it seems to be a topic that crops up again and again. And so we have another question, I think perhaps our last one, from Marcus Erickson, who asks, what is your perspective on the UN Global Treaty on Plastic Pollution being discussed this year and voted on in 2022? It seems that industry is pushing advanced recycling while NGOs around the world are advocating for eliminating single-use plastics and more government regulation. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm very, very supportive of that, but equally I've been asking this question, I'll continue to ask this question, why just plastics? Why not other pollutants? So many people have been exposed to PFAS, for example. So many people have been exposed to arsenic, for instance. So many people have and continue to be exposed to lead, for instance. Why do we just focus on one particular contaminant? Is it because somebody high up likes that and they want to push that? Why can't we have the same forum for pollutants in general?
It's a good question. Well, thank you very much, Professor Naidu. It was really a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so our next talk is going to be by Julian Cribb, who I should mention is one of the organizers of this conference. So we owe him also not only the very interesting talk he's going to give now, but a debt of gratitude for organizing the conference. So Julian is going to talk to us about the age of renewable food. Julian Cribb is an Australian science writer and author with a focus on the existential emergency facing humanity and its solutions. A former newspaper editor and agricultural journalist, he has deep concerns about the viability of the modern food system under the multiplying threats it faces. And he is a passionate advocate for rethinking food and the human diet. So here is Julian Cribb on the age of renewable food.
The age of renewable food. In this talk, I will explore some of the grave vulnerabilities to the world food system and also some of the solutions. Food is the key to the future of human civilization and to our fate upon this planet. The world food supply is balanced on a knife edge, growing less and less secure as our numbers and our demands increase. Tonight, 130,000 more people will sit down to dinner than sat down last night. Together, we consume about 24 billion meals every single day. By the mid-century, that's going to be 30 billion meals. Yet, almost everything that we need to produce those meals is running out. By the mid-century, they will be in critically short supply. The world is facing a water crisis. Food already uses 2/3 of the available fresh water. Yet around the planet, rivers, lakes, and wetlands are drying up. Glaciers and groundwater are vanishing. Demand for water from the swollen megacities will double by the 2050s, and demand from the mining and energy sector will triple. Under present management, there is not enough fresh water on Earth to supply all of these needs and to grow our food. As a result, water supplies to irrigation agriculture could halve at the very time farmers are being asked to double their production. The world is currently losing about 75 billion tonnes of topsoil to wind and water erosion every year. That means that 10 kilos of soil is lost for every meal that you and I eat. We've already lost 1/3 of our soils, according to Sheffield University. By the mid-century, this continued attrition will halve the area of land available to grow the world's food. Not only are our soils being sacrificed at unsustainable rates, they are becoming more depleted in minerals and nutrients, more contaminated by salt and acidity, by plastics and by toxic chemicals. This vitiates the entire food supply. The stable era in which agriculture arose has ended. It is never coming back. 2 degrees of global warming is now unavoidable, and the world is on track for +4 or 5 degrees by 2100. The food supply is a major contributor to global warming, as much as 30%. At 2 degrees, agriculture becomes far harder. It will be hit by fiercer and more frequent droughts, by heat waves, fires, floods, soil losses, pest and disease outbreaks, and transport disruption. The world food supply will become increasingly fragile. At 4 degrees, agriculture over large parts of the world will become impossible. Food supplies in many regions will collapse. There will be tsunamis of refugees, and conflicts will break out. Our need for food is the greatest destroyer of the natural world. We have cleared more than half of the world's land area for food production, and we have emptied the oceans of fish. This has led to a collapse in the number of wild animals in the last half century, and decline in the very ecosystem services that support farming and all life itself. In addition, agriculture unleashes 5 million tonnes a year of highly specialised poisons into the Earth system. These kill pollinators and soil microbes that fertilise our crops, and they augment global warming. The great Harvard biologist E.O. Wilson says, "We are tearing down the biosphere. I do not think the world can sustain this." Every meal we now eat costs the planet 10 kilos of topsoil, 800 litres of fresh water, 1.3 litres of fossil fuel, 2 grams of fertiliser, 1/3 of a gram of pesticide, 3.5 kilos of greenhouse gases. By the mid-century, we will be devouring 11 trillion meals a year, each of them using these resources. I think you can see the problem. The brutal truth is that our present diet and food system is not sustainable. It cannot feed 10 billion people on a hot planet in the mid-21st century. It has to change. One reason it has to change is that throughout history, wars have been fought over food and the means to produce it. 2/3 of all the wars in the last 50 years were driven at root by disputes between competing groups over food, land, and water. Countries that have had no internal food crises, on the other hand, have largely experienced peace. This reveals a very great and vitally important truth. Food is the greatest weapon of peace available to humanity. If we can feed everybody adequately, we can remove the chief cause of wars in the case of 2/3 of the world's conflicts. Our response to the mighty challenges outlined is not more of the same. It is to introduce an entirely new world diet and system of food production that reuses all of the resources our present one wastes, and which is climate-proof. This is the renewable food revolution. It has 3 pillars: regenerative farming, urban food production, and deep ocean aquaculture. First, regenerative agriculture is a goal already being pursued by tens of thousands of innovative farmers worldwide. Regen is a system of farming that increases farm biodiversity, enriches soils, improves water management, and enhances ecosystem performance. It locks up more carbon. It uses fewer farm chemicals and fertilizers. It integrates plants and livestock better. And it produces fresh food that is healthier and safer for the consumer. In a world in which 2/3 of people now die from a diet-related disease, this is vital. What the regen revolution most needs to take hold globally is support from consumers like you or I, from scientists, and from investors. By 2050, the world's cities will hold nearly 7 billion of its citizens. All of these vast cities have one thing in common: they cannot feed themselves. They are gravely at risk of any disruption to the world food supply, whether due to climate, resource scarcity, conflict, or pandemic disease. What they most need is a renewable, climate-proof food supply. Our cities presently consume 2/3 of the world's nutrients and 1/3 of its fresh water. They then chuck it into landfills or sewers in an act of colossal, mindless waste. But if the world's cities were to recycle all their nutrients and water back into new food, using advanced indoor production systems, it will ensure that they never starve or go hungry. Most cities can potentially supply half or more of their own food needs locally, vastly reducing the climate footprint of feeding them. Thousands of enterprises worldwide are now exploring the use of hydroponics, aquaponics, agritecture, sky farms, micro farms, floating farms, desert farms, biocultures of plant and animal cells, food printers, and other advanced technologies to create a renewable, climate-proof food system that uses less than 1/10 of the land and water now required for agriculture. The world fish catch peaked in 1994 and has been declining ever since. The wild harvest of the oceans cannot meet the growing demand for food of humanity, and frequent conflicts are now breaking out. The answer, as on land, is to build a mighty new industry farming water plants, fish, and sea creatures in the deep oceans. Aquaculture is already the fastest growing food industry on Earth, but it is constrained by environmental, physical, and health limits. The potential for deep ocean aquaculture is vast. If well managed, it can be totally sustainable and climate-proof. It can potentially supply a third of the world's food. The world diet presently consists of about 300 different plants, yet there are more than 30,000 edible plants on planet Earth. We are ignoring 99% of the bounty of our planet, a treasure trove of nutritious, delicious, and healthy new foods to enrich our diet and our cuisine. All of these are capable of being produced renewably on farms, in cities, or on the oceans. They offer a world diet far more diverse, nutritious, balanced, tasty, and healthy. The opportunities for new industries, new livelihoods, new enterprises, better health and fresh growth from such a revolution are limited only by our imaginations. So how do we implement the three pillars of a renewable world food supply? First, we must realise that we presently spend about $70 billion a year developing new foods and $1.8 trillion on new weapons. We humans are therefore a creature that devotes 25 times more effort to killing ourselves than we do to feeding ourselves. If we were to invest just 20%, 1/5 of the world military budget in peace through food, we will not only feed everybody at all times, we will lead much healthier lives, repair our damaged planet, and suffer far fewer wars. In the end, human survival can only be assured by food, not war. A renewable food supply balanced between regenerative agriculture, urban food, and ocean food will not only help us to secure the future of our civilization and our species, it will also enable us to set up half of our presently farmed lands for the restoration of forests, grasslands, wetlands, and their wildlife. This will help immeasurably to end the sixth extinction. I here call for the creation of a Stewards of the Earth program, run mainly by farmers and indigenous people, to restore the planet. It can be funded from the weapons budget as a major world peace initiative. The vision of renewable food for all, described here, is practical, technically feasible, and totally affordable. Like the renewable energy revolution, it promises greater prosperity, well-being, health and security for all citizens of Earth. A secure food supply is, if anything, of greater importance and urgency even than renewable energy. It will help to limit all 10 of the catastrophic threats now facing humanity and described at this conference. Renewable food is the cornerstone of our civilization's future. It is the key to our fate upon this planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian, for this this really upbeat talk. It's full of possibilities and optimism, which I think is fantastic. So I will start with a question about topsoil. So we've all recently seen the images of the sandstorm in Beijing, and there's been actually very little explanation about what caused it. Could it be, do you think, topsoil erosion from Mongolia? Because I'm thinking of the 1930s Dust Bowl, which happened in the American Midwest. And I'm wondering if we're seeing a return of this phenomenon.
Yes, we are. Indeed, it's erosion all around the world. It's not just in China. You know, it's in Australia. It's in the Brazilian Amazon. It's in the United States. It's everywhere now. I mean, basically, we've removed so many trees now that the topsoil is unstable, And when the wind blows, it blows away. It would be Inner Mongolia. I mean, I go to Mongolia occasionally, and I've got to tell you, it's in pretty good condition. The country of Mongolia, it's got a sustainable grazing system there. But where there's been a lot of tree clearing, as has taken place in China since the 1960s, yes, the topsoil is loose and it's blowing, and every time it rains heavily, the topsoil washes into the river. That's why we have brown rivers today instead of clear ones. That's your country blowing away, and it ends up on the bottom of the ocean, and you can't get it back once it's gone to the bottom of the ocean. So basically, this is a problem that has to be solved very fast. It's very much underestimated by people. It's a real concern. It's going to drive up food prices and food scarcity for all of us.
Really interesting. You drew quite an interesting link between food and wars. And you reiterated towards the end of your talk by explaining that if we spent a fraction of our military budget on food and on the renewable food revolution, that this would make a huge difference. Could you tell us a little bit more about how food and war are linked and what we could do to solve that?
Yeah, if you scrape away all the politics and ethnicity and religion in the case of most conflicts and examine what actually prompted the conflict in the first place, you will find that two different groups or more were disputing over scarce resources of food, land, and water. And if you think about it, every nation on earth, its borders enclose basically its food production capability. National borders enclose your farmland. So when people fight over national borders, they're actually fighting over food. Now, 2/3 of the wars in the last 50 odd years have been triggered by a dispute like that. It's what's happening in Syria today. It's what has affected 50 conflicts in Africa. World War II was actually over food. Not many people remember that now, but the German war aim was to take the Soviet farmland. And Japan wanted Manchukuo, to support its food supply. So, a lot of these big wars are caused at root by insecurity in the food supply. If you can secure the food supply, you remove one big cause of wars. So I'm arguing that food is a weapon of peace. Food is more effective at stopping wars, or preventing them from happening in the first place, but lowering the tensions that lead to war. Than any other, any other device or technology that we've got. And it's got to be seen that way. So the people who are involved in military and strategic planning and assessment have to start understanding that this is a real way to actually stop wars. It stops wars much more effectively than building aircraft carriers.
It's a really interesting angle. I've never seen war explained this way. Very interesting. So we have a question from the audience. Carl Safina makes a really interesting point about, so he thinks that the talk that you gave was excellent. He has just a question about whether you think that ocean aquaculture is really climate proof, because we have temperature changes in the ocean and acidification, which could have a major ongoing effect on aquatic creatures, and therefore could make it that proposal difficult to implement. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, he's right. But the ocean on the whole is more climate resilient. The temperature doesn't vary as much in the ocean, especially the deep ocean, as it does on land. On land, you can get temperature variation of 40, 50 degrees and even more Celsius. And that really hammers your efforts to grow crops. That's why a lot of land agriculture has got to move indoors, because it's got to be protected from these violent and frequent turbulent climate effects. Now, in the oceans, depending on how deep you go, it's pretty stable. That temperature doesn't move more than half a degree or so. So that's an important point. At the moment, we're farming shallow waters off the coast. But once we move out into the deep waters, we become much more climate stable.
Jeffrey Holland is saying that you have a wonderful salad bar behind you, Julian. It's not a question, but I thought I should share. Right, so I want to bounce back on something that Soumya Swaminathan talked about yesterday, which was global public goods. And it seems like what you're talking about here, the renewable food system, could arguably be seen as a global public good. So what do we do to bring it about? In more detail, what I'm wondering about, and it sounds like somebody else in the chat is wondering about that as well, I think it's Jeffrey, actually, Jeffrey Holland, is at what level do we implement this sort of revolution? In particular, I think urban farming seems very promising. Should it be done at a city level, at a community level, nation state? How do we bring this about?
Right. Well, as I say, there's a lot of innovative farmers who are already bringing it about. Those are the regen farmers around the world, and they're swapping ideas at the speed of light on the internet. They're talking to one another and how do you do it? You know, solving problems. So that's an example of how it's happening at the grassroots level. Sumir, if I remember, also made the point that the best systems are ones that work bottom up rather than top down. So, you know, if there's a popular revolution in favor of urban food, in favor of regenerative agriculture, in favor of deep ocean aquaculture, that's what drives it. We have to get everybody to think about their diet. That's terribly important. At the moment, we're eating a diet that kills 2/3 of us. It's a very bad diet. It's a very poor diet. It's a very narrow diet. It's low in nutrition. It's full of toxins. We've got to clean it up a lot. Now, the push from that is going to come from consumers. It's going to come from enlightened consumers who've been educated about what is nasty and bad for you in your food. And they are now moving towards the farmer's market and away from the fast food outlet and things like that. As that happens, and you know, fashion can drive these things, there is going to be a huge effort, you know, worldwide to meet that market. But we're seeing things like urban farms. People are setting them up on their balconies in high-rise apartments, but people are also building $50 million sky farms at the moment. You know, there's one going up in Dubai, I believe, which is producing 250,000 airline meals a day. And Dubai is not a famous place for farming. So you know, these sky farms can be large corporate enterprises, or they can be very small backyard enterprises. It's every single scale, from tiny, from small is beautiful to huge and corporate. So really, I mean, Jeff Bezos is talking about putting 500 sky farms into 500 cities around the world. I don't know where that's got yet, but you know, it's a big activity at the moment. But bottom up is the answer. But governments also have to clear the way. It's very important for cities to say, well, we're going to stop throwing nutrients in the landfill and down the sewer pipe. We have got nutrients, are the most precious thing we've got. They're what keeps us alive. If we throw them in the landfill mixed with toxins and old paints and you know, pollution, we'll never get them back. If we put them down the sewer into the ocean, we'll never get them back. So we have to recycle all the nutrients that we are currently wasting. And that's a decision that has to be taken at the city level or at the state level. So, you know, we need to have governments on our side in engineering the renewable food revolution.
Yes, I think that's a very encouraging view of the future, communities and individuals taking control of their own fate. And it was Peter Glick, I believe, yesterday, who even said, who talked a little bit about it when he said that we should perhaps no longer have lawns. And I suppose what he meant by that is we should have more productive front yards and backyards. So this links in to a question that we received from Ashley Colby, who says she's thrilled to see regenerative farming mentioned here. And she would like to ask you to touch on how you see the role of animals in regenerative farming as part of the carbon drawdown.
Okay, well, that rather depends where you're trying to farm, because, you know, there's so many different climates for agriculture around the world. But bottom line, the biggest place for storing carbon in the world is the grasslands and the savannas, right? So if you do sustainable grazing on the lines advocated by Alan Savory, for example, worldwide, sustainable grazing, more or less like the Mongolians and others are now undertaking. If you do that, you're going to lock up a hell of a lot of carbon, and you're going to graze the place gently, and you're going to bring back the wild species that are currently being exterminated by industrial agriculture. So that's a big one. We need to keep eating meat because we need to support sustainable grazing to regenerate the grasslands. That's a real big one. But at the individual farm level, better integration between livestock and crops has always been for hundreds of years. So you can go back to ancient Roman times and find treatises on how to get your crops and livestock to work together to produce a more productive farm. And we have to do more of that because livestock provide a lot of the nutrients for the crops, and that saves you having to buy artificial fertilizers, which are themselves climate damages, basically.
Yes, and replenish the nutrients in the soil, of course. Yes, very good point.
Recycle the nutrients is the key to it. Recycle them on farm, recycle them in the city.
Of course. So I also had a question about animals. So your talk brought to mind the talk by Professor Ceballos yesterday, who was talking about the biodiversity and the sixth extinction. When you said that we should go beyond the 300 edible plants that we usually consume and widen our culinary horizon, I got a bit concerned that we could potentially encroach on wildlife land or endanger the food supply of wild animals. Could you tell us a little bit more about your vision there and whether my concerns are not warranted?
Well, just to reiterate the point, there's 30,000 edible plants on the planet that we do not yet eat. Okay, so here are this, all you celebrity chefs. You know, there's a completely undiscovered cuisine out there, and probably 10,000 of them. You can easily gather the seeds from these plants, and then you can bring them in to your city farm, or to your regenerative farm, or even to your floating deep ocean aquaculture farm. So, you know, you're not going to take up any space or knock down any more forests or grasslands. So basically, we're just going to diversify the diet to make it more interesting, more delicious, and more healthy. Instead of what we're doing at the moment is eating the planet. We're eating all of these wild animals, wild plants to extinction. We've got to stop doing that. We've got to put the wild back. We've got to rewild half the current cleared area of the world. And I believe that indigenous people of the world and farmers who care about the land, and there are many of those, are the ideal people to do this, but we need to fund them to do it.
Mm-hmm. We have an interesting question here from Daniel Blumstein. Everybody's really enthusiastic in the chat about the idea of urban farming. He asks, though, if we're producing food inside buildings in urban areas, what is the energy footprint on this? So he understands that, taking the example of cannabis, for example, that it's very energy intensive when it's indoors. Do you have any views on that?
Well, more and more people are adopting LED lighting and things like that, and you can control LED lighting to maximize the plant growth in your sky farm or your urban farm. So it's a low energy way of doing it, and as long as you are tapped into a sustainable energy grid, it's not a huge issue, to be honest with you. I mean, people. Basically, urban farming is in its infancy, right? We're still pioneering the best techniques. Ordinary agriculture has had 6,000 years of getting used to how you do it. Urban farming is really, 20 years old, if that. And so there's a lot of experimentation, and there's a lot of new technology coming down the line. Not just lighting, but artificial intelligence, all kinds of things that can improve, the food output from the city to make cities more self-sufficient in food, so they don't have to import it from 2,000 or 10,000 kilometers away. So yeah, energy is one of the obstacles that has to be overcome, but it's not beyond the wit of man or woman to overcome it.
Excellent. So I think we've reached our time for your Q&A. So thank you so much, Julian, for answering in such a level of detail. And feel free to answer the questions that we did not get to directly in the chat. So now we're going to move on to the intervention by Jane O'Sullivan, who is going to talk to us about facing up to overpopulation. So Dr. Jane O'Sullivan is an honorary senior research fellow at the University of Queensland. She researches demographic impacts on environmental sustainability, food security, and economic development, and the historical and evidential basis for policies and programs responding to population growth. She's going to talk to us today about facing up to overpopulation.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to speak on this prickly topic of the human population. It's a pleasure to be participating in an event that's not too timid to identify population growth as a key dimension in the many crises that we're facing. In the last couple of decades, a dangerous taboo has developed against attributing any part of our mounting social and environmental problems to population growth. Recently, even organisations formed to address it, like the UNFPA, Population Reference Bureau, or Population Action International, have virtually expunged any reference to population growth as a problem, instead focusing on uncontentious issues that might obliquely influence population growth. There's a particular taboo about the word overpopulation. I've been told that it implies that we intend to kill people off. So let's be clear that what we're all about is trying to prevent a huge die-off of people. Overpopulation is an existential risk. Overrunning our natural resources can only lead to more deaths by starvation, conflict, or disease. And the only alternative to that is a voluntary restraint on the number of human births. It's not a quick fix, so it can't be our only strategy. We must simultaneously limit our environmental impact per person. But if we only focus on the environmental impact per person, we're just delaying the crisis. To choose not to reduce global population is to choose suffering on a vast scale. So what is overpopulation, and how can we say we're overpopulated? It's been defined as a human population so dense as to cause environmental deterioration, an impaired quality of life, or a population crash. This is related to the concept of carrying capacity, defined as the maximum population of a species that an area will support without undergoing deterioration. So a lot of people protest and say it's not too many people, it's too much wastefulness and too little concern about doing things in an environmentally friendly way. That might be true, but it doesn't mean that we're not overpopulated, because our current capacity is based on what we actually do now, not on any future possible behaviours or technologies or institutions. If any single environmental indicator is going backwards due to human pressure, we are by definition overpopulated. The fact that so many of them are going backwards so alarmingly means that our sustainable population is very much lower than it is at present. So what this chart illustrates is that carrying capacity isn't the maximum number of people who can exist at one time. When we reach carrying capacity, there's no flashing light that says, stop now. We just keep going, consuming more. But we're running down nature's capital in the process, degrading our natural resource base instead of just living off the annual interest of the biocapacity that our environment can support sustainably. The longer we stay in overshoot, the more we erode our resource base and the further the population has to fall before we regain sustainability. So the question is, how do we retreat from overshoot to a sustainable population level? And we can do this in one of two ways. We can reduce our population, or we can increase Earth's carrying capacity. And in both cases, there's a nicer way to go and there's a not so nice way. One problem with choosing just to increase carrying capacity is that it implies less natural resources per person and therefore a lower average quality of life, unless we can increase productivity of those natural resources to an even greater extent. And so far, we've focused very successfully on increasing productivity so that we get more out of each hectare of land, each litre of water, each tonne of copper. And we devise more ways to use lower grade natural resources that we couldn't previously utilise. But increasing carrying capacity doesn't solve the problem, it just defers it. And in the meantime, it causes a lot of collateral damage, appropriating more and more of the natural world and generating more and more wastes. We've reached the point now when the rest of the biosphere is on the brink of collapse. Humans and their livestock now account for 96% of terrestrial mammals, only 4% for wild animals. 2/3 of wild vertebrates have been lost in just the last 50 years. And as we all know, a growing list of species is on the brink of extinction. So why not put more focus on ending and reversing population growth? It's extraordinary that this is such a controversial topic. It's understandable that powerful people who are exploiting other people's cheap labour want more population growth. It's understandable that real estate developers want more population growth. But why do self-proclaimed progressives vilify anyone who identifies population growth as a problem? It turns out that an elaborate set of myths has contrived to make a virtue out of inaction on population. The first is that population is already stabilising by itself due to a precipitous drop in birth rates around the world. The truth is, we're adding as many people to this planet each year as ever. In fact, the 8th billion will probably be the fastest ever, taking less than 12 years. As we see in this chart, global population has been following pretty much a straight line for the past 50 years. There's not yet any indication that it's curving down towards a plateau. In 1968, we had the highest ever growth rate at just over 2% per annum, and now it's only 1.1% per annum. But in 1968, we added 73 million people, and now we're adding well over 80 million people each year. It's a smaller percentage because the total population has more than doubled, but the pace of growth has not slackened. So what about that precipitous drop in birth rates? Well, certainly the fertility rate fell quite steeply in the 1960s and 70s when the West's post-war baby boom ended and family planning programs were adopted in many of the most populous developing countries. But since the population taboo took hold in the mid-1990s, it's tailed off. In the 1970s, global fertility fell by more than 1 child per woman. In the 2010s, it fell by little more than 1/10 of 1 child per woman. At that rate, it will take many more decades for the fertility to reach the replacement level of 2, many decades after that for population momentum to stop the growth of the global population, and centuries to get the population back to a sustainable level. Indeed, we'd be more likely to see a crash through increased deaths in the meantime. We had turned things around in the early 1990s. You can see the pale blue bars are the actual number of births per year. And they started coming down in the early 1990s. But because the number of mothers is increasing at such a rate, even with declining fertility, it's not enough to lower the number of births. And now we have more births per year than ever before. The United Nations population's projections show population growth tapering off by the end of this century. That's the blue line is the UN's medium fertility projection, which is their best guess. The high and low projections are half a child per woman, higher or lower, indicating how much scope there is for different outcomes. But the medium projection still assumes a steady fertility decline in all high fertility countries starting immediately. And the UN admits that this is not a business as usual scenario, that it could require additional substantial efforts to make it possible. So how are we going to commit to those efforts if we're not allowed to name the problem? The second myth is that China is the only country that controlled its population growth, and it took a cruel one-child policy with forced abortions to achieve that. So therefore, anyone who wants action on population is advocating similarly draconian measures and should be lustily denounced by all compassionate people. Well, this is just ignorance of the fact that many countries reduce their fertility just as effectively as China. And this chart shows a number of them. And you can see that the fertility decline started very abruptly, coinciding with the start of their family planning programs. They used only voluntary programs providing services and information to people, but they did actively promote the benefits of choosing small families. And that component is virtually missing from family planning programs today. Note that even China did it under a voluntary program starting in the late 1960s. China's the orange line here, and you can see that by the time the one-child policy came in 1979, the job was nearly done. And in fact, the one-child policy probably only slowed it down by destroying public support for family planning. The next myth is that population growth is due to poverty. Development is the best contraception. This myth is intended to cast all direct efforts to reduce fertility as unnecessary, ineffective, and inappropriate. The problem is it's not true. It's a case of correlation implying causation in the wrong direction. In this chart, the decline in fertility is plotted against the level of wealth of each country. And each dot represents a 5-year period, so there are multiple dots per country. Development as the best contraceptive suggests that the more wealthy developing countries should see greater fertility decline, but it's not so. There is no relationship whatever. The poorest countries could reduce fertility just as fast as middle-income countries if they chose to prioritise it. In the right-hand chart, we see the reverse causation. The change in GDP per capita over 5 years related to the level of fertility at the start of the 5 years. And the relationship is astoundingly strong. With the exception of a few Middle East oil states, countries with fertility above 4 children per woman have simply failed to achieve any development. Once fertility is below 3, countries start to get ahead. And when it's below the replacement level of 2.1, development really kicks in. And this is understandable since population growth diverts a lot of investment and effort away from meeting people's current needs just to build enough infrastructure and provide enough teachers and doctors and everything else to expand provision at a rate of 2 or 3% every year. Most poor countries simply can't keep up. It's like trying to run up a down escalator. If the escalator's going too fast, you end up going backwards. But if you can just slow it down a bit, you start to make headway. The slower it goes, the more benefit you get for the same amount of effort. My next myth is probably dear to the hearts of many of our listeners, so please don't write me off when I say that it's a myth that educating girls is the key to ending population growth. It's another way of saying don't talk about population because indirect approaches work better. A lot of people say it's about educating girls and access to contraception. But again, this excludes the promotion of small families and having open conversations about the benefits of ending population growth. The truth is that girls' education helps, but not much unless there is also family planning effort. And this chart shows sub-Saharan African countries with the size of the dot representing the strength of family planning effort. Programs in Asia were stronger than any of these, but even in Africa, family planning effort has had a much stronger effect on whether women regulate their fertility than their level of education. A good family planning program can reduce the fertility gap between educated and uneducated women. And again, people are ignoring the reverse causation. Girls are more likely to stay in school if they have fewer siblings, if they're not married early, and if they don't get pregnant. All things that family planning programs address. Myth number 5 is that population growth is actually good for the economy. More people means more innovation to solve any issues that we might meet in terms of resource scarcity. What a cruel hoax this is. But it has persuaded many people to believe that family planning programs were never about development at all. They were about a Western neo-colonial attempt to control non-whites by controlling women's bodies. This is widely believed in the women's rights movement, despite being a ludicrous rewriting of history. The family planning movement was always about freeing women to take control of their own lives. When they were recruited to help countries with their population policies, the influence of Western family planning professionals helped ensure that measures should always be voluntary and support freedom of choice. The truth, as we've seen, is that population growth makes people poorer. And it's not just about each generation getting less land, less water, less fish per person. It's also about the economic burden of a rapid population growth rate and the inability to provide sufficient infrastructure. This is true even in resource-rich countries like Australia and Canada that have chosen to pursue rapid population growth for the sake of their economy. So the final myth is levelled at anyone who raises population in relation to environmental crises and climate change. It is that population growth of the poor doesn't matter because their ecological footprints are so low. So even raising the topic of population growth is a callous attempt to blame the poor for your own overconsumption. The truth is that these self-appointed defenders of the poor are directly undermining the single most effective means of helping the poor. In high fertility countries, population growth is a greater threat to security and well-being than is climate change. But it's not just about poor high fertility countries. In all countries, choosing to have one child fewer reduces carbon emissions more than any other choice an individual can make. And this chart shows the average annual saving for people in rich countries from various actions. Having one child fewer is about 70 times more powerful than a plant-based diet, so becoming vegan and not eating meat and dairy products. So why is the environmental virtue of small families not as widely known and promoted as the virtue of eating less meat or of recycling? The fact is that we're massively underinvesting in family planning. Globally, international aid amounts to around $1 billion per year for family planning, which is about what my country, Australia, spends on COVID-19 income support every 3 days. National governments put in another $3 billion roughly, but that's spread over more than 1 billion women. And yet we know that each dollar spent on family planning directly saves several dollars in unneeded health services for mothers and infants. It's costing us money not to spend that money on family planning. And yet every dollar that we spend on family planning would avoid more carbon emissions than any renewable energy technology. And the same dollar saves lives, empowers women, improves food and water security, protects biodiversity, reduces poverty. The list is long. There's really no excuse for not making this our number one best buy for a sustainable future. So what should we be doing? We need to be more outspoken and to denounce the population taboo. And we need to aim for fertility rates much lower than 2 in all countries. Don't let our governments get away with convincing us that we need to boost fertility to save us from the terrible implications of population ageing, because there's a whole bunch of other myths that I could debunk about that particular non-problem. And yet countries fear population ageing more than they fear climate change. And finally, we need to celebrate depopulation wherever it occurs or is anticipated to occur. There are so many good outcomes from population decline. We should not tolerate the gloom and the panic that the media invariably attaches to it. So my time's just about up, and thank you for listening, and I really look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Jane, for this extremely interesting talk. Would you mind turning on your camera and I will ask you a couple of questions. Oh, here you are. And can you now say a few words? Oh, excellent. Your microphone is also on. Fantastic.
Hi, Alpha.
Hi, Jane. Thank you so much for joining. So I found that your diagram that I think James is about to show was really interesting. And I would like to ask you a couple of more questions about it. So you show here a decline in consumption in the future. So past the overshoot to the right. And I was wondering, what would that be related to, this decline? Or is it a decline? It seems to be a decline in consumption, but is it also a decline in population, perhaps?
Almost certainly at that point where the decline in consumption is forced by inadequacy of our natural resource base, it would involve a population decline. So you're talking about a major catastrophe, a collapse of civilization and a simplification of our societies. That's really the situation that we want to avoid desperately. And the only way to do that is to have a managed decline rather than a collapse.
Of course, that's what I suspected this showed. I just wanted to make it explicit here.
But that's not consumption per person, that's consumption in aggregate.
Yeah.
The number of people multiplied by their needs and what they draw from the environment.
It reminds me of something that David Attenborough said, which is if humans do not decide to take care of overpopulation themselves, nature will take care of it for them. So we're basically trying to manage the problem we've created by taking care of it ourselves before the circumstances escape us, I suppose. On this diagram, you also have like a really interesting thing, which says there's no Big Bang. So when we reach our maximum carrying capacity and transition into overshoot, so do you think we've passed that threshold yet? And what would be a sustainable population level? Absolutely,
we passed it a long time ago. The Global Footprint Network estimates that we did that in about 1970. I have some issues with the way they calculate it. And I think from a perspective of defining the optimum human population as one that also allows the flourishing of other ecosystems that aren't human managed, I think that we probably passed that point a long time before that. So there have been various estimates of a sustainable global population. And I think probably the upper limit of the plausible ones is about 3 billion people. Lower limits are below 1 billion people. So really, to me, that isn't the interesting question because that's not relevant to the decisions we need to make in the near term. The decisions we need to make are about slowing and reversing our population growth as fast as we can. When we stop the decline is a decision for a future generation, not for our generation. But what we can do is try to minimize that area under the curve in the overshoot area, which is the damage that we're doing to our natural resource base and to the rest of the species that share this planet with us.
Really interesting. And below the graph, you also have a table, which I also found really interesting. I think Julian's talk was just about perhaps the preferred way of increasing carrying capacity through means of increasing productivity. So do you think increasing food productivity in a sustainable way, in the way that Julian described, would that stave off the need to address overpopulation for a while, or do we need to address both in parallel?
My personal opinion is that we need to address population first and foremost. People will generate enough food for the people that are there if it's physically possible for them to do so, because that's, that is really critical to the functioning of society. And we have been focusing a lot on increasing agricultural productivity, but what the important part of Julian's reframing of that is around minimizing the damage and even reversing the damage that we're doing to land and water resources in the process of making food. Unfortunately, to minimize that damage in a lot of contexts means producing less food from those areas. But there's the capacity to shift our diets as well to eat less meat and to take some of those grazing lands out of production and divert some of that arable land from producing food for animals to producing food for humans. And these are really not about technology, they're about the economics of markets. That it is more profitable to grow soybeans to feed cattle than it is to grow the staple foods that are needed in West Africa, for instance, which is becoming a great big importer of food because it has more people than they can support there. So if we just focus on the productivity of food, we will keep increasing the population, and we have diminishing returns on that focus. Our main staples, particularly wheat and rice, are sort of plateauing off in their yields because we've done all the easy things that there is to do to maximize their productivity. Mm-hmm. So we just start hitting more and more walls when we're just focusing on production of food. You know, we're using way more water than is sustainable. Mm-hmm. And the implications of that, considering that a great proportion of the increase in food production in the last couple of decades has been through the expansion of irrigation, you know, the implications of having to use less water are huge. So we need all of those new technologies to grow food in different ways in order to make up for what we're going to lose from those free resources that we've been overutilizing from the rest of the environment. But the biggest risk aversion that we can do is to peak the human population at the lowest possible level we can and as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. And to accept and welcome a relatively rapid decline, even though that will mean a relatively older age structure of the population. And that is not the problem that we are told it is. It really is a non-problem. But we need to embrace it and accept it and understand it and enjoy all of the things that population decline will bring.
I think that's an excellent segue into my next question, which is, why do you think the media always portrays population decline in such an alarmist way, and what can be done about it?
I'm not sure what makes people panic about it so much. I think that there's an innate drive to reproduce in humans, and that there's this instant tendency to extrapolate any decline as being, you know, the harbinger of human extinction. That as soon as Japan's population started to decline a bit, somebody calculated the year in which the last Japanese person would die. You know, it's as if we don't have any option to do anything else in the intervening period. It's really beyond rational thought. So I really don't know how to answer it, other than that it does benefit some of the most powerful people. And we need to understand that those people are farming people. And they have convinced us that what's good for them is good for the rest of us. And that's a big fat lie. You know, what's good for them is not good for the rest of us. And it never has been. So if we are able to reassert our democracy, and that's getting harder and harder with the power of big business, then we should be able to say, no, we don't want that sort of world. We don't want a world where the aggregate GDP and the value of shares is the only thing we care about. What's in the interests of growing our economy is not in the interests of the well-being of people now or in the future.
Thank you. And I think the last question, I'm going to tie back to the address by Professor Naidu and by Paul Ehrlich yesterday. So Professor Naidu introduced us to the risks posed by soil contamination and ocean contamination by chemicals. And Paul also talked about plummeting sperm counts in his address. So do you think that these trends that we're seeing will have an impact on human fertility, and which impact, and will it be fast enough to ensure that we don't destroy the planet with our numbers?
I think chemical contamination has a lot of very important impacts on human health, but I am not at all concerned about human fertility. And I don't think we can depend on that to reduce population growth. It fascinates me how a reduction in sperm count makes headline news, you know, when it really doesn't affect the quality of life of anybody and very rarely affects their ability to achieve the family size that they want. You know, it's really, yes, it might indicate a problem we need to address, but compared with the scale of the crises that we have in so many other dimensions, it's just really weird how, and quite sort of misogynist, how interested the global media is in sperm counts when they're so disinterested in many of the health issues that affect women. But what we need to realize is that people can produce way more children than needed to replace themselves, even under very challenging circumstances. And, you know, West Africa is an example of that, where husbands and wives are often separated because husbands go away for work or go away herding stock. Women are often iron deficient or zinc deficient, badly nourished generally, that lowers their fertility. They do a lot of hard work in high temperatures, you know, involving heat stress, and that's meant to lower fertility. All of these things that are bad for human fertility, and yet they're producing 7 children per woman on average, you know. So our biological fertility is almost irrelevant to our realized fertility in terms of how many children per person we have. The only way to limit the population other than by more deaths is by choosing small families and choosing to use modern contraception to achieve that.
Excellent. I think that's a really good place to end. Thank you so much for your intervention, Dr. Sullivan, and I hope you'll be able to make it to the plenary. This should make for a very interesting conversation. Thank you. All right, so we are now going to take a break, and we would like to come back at 10:02. So if you could all just take a few minutes of recess and come back for 10 to wherever you are. So 10 to 10 if you're in the UK. Thank you.
the person whom you're trying to reach.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you are all well rested after this little break. So I just wanted to address the number of questions that there were during Professor O'Sullivan's talk. There were really a lot, and I couldn't get to all of them. So I tried my best to ask some of them. But I can see also that some of the participants answered each other's questions. So that was great. A little bit of debate in the Zoom chat. And I've asked Professor O'Sullivan to answer the questions that I didn't have time to get to directly in the chat. So hopefully you will get the answers to your questions directly from Professor O'Sullivan in the chat. And let me know if there's anything that you still haven't got the answer to, and I will be able to perhaps ask it again in the plenary. Excellent. So now let's move on to the next speaker. We're very fortunate to have Leilani Münter with us today, who is going to give us a talk about racing to save us from ourselves. And Leilani is a biology graduate turned racing car driver and environmental activist. She believes that it is essential for humans to adapt and evolve how we live to a sustainable way that does not destroy the world around us. Leilani is an advocate for renewable energy, solar power, electric cars, plant-based diet, and animal rights, and she is a patron of Population Matters. So let's hear about how to race to save ourselves from Leilani Münter.
Greetings. What an honor it is to join this important conference with so many esteemed scientists and thought leaders. I know some of you are probably wondering, why is a retired race car driver speaking at a conference about catastrophic risks to humanity? So I just want to clarify that before I began racing cars, I was a biology graduate from the University of California in San Diego. I started to take my activism to the racetrack in 2007 when I made the commitment to adopt and protect an acre of rainforest for every race that I ran. And while I only ran a total of 61 races in my career, as I made my way up the racing ladder, I was able to adopt more, and I finished my career having adopted more than 1,500 acres of rainforest. Outside of the race car, I try to do everything that I can to reduce my carbon footprint. I've been driving an electric car since 2013, and since January 2014, both my home and my electric car are powered by solar panels. I've been vegan since 2011. I have a veggie garden and a 550-gallon rainwater collection system. But most importantly, carbon footprint-wise, my husband and I are child-free by choice. So I try to lead by example outside of the race car, but I do believe that my biggest contribution to the environmental movement didn't actually come from my personal decisions, but rather from the public messages that I carried on my race cars. I really saw my race cars as being like 200-mile-an-hour billboards that would help me Capitol Hill, solar power, wind power, 2 documentary films, the Academy Award-winning film The Cove, as well as Blackfish. Both of those films address the cruelty of the captive cetacean industry. And while Blackfish is addressing orca captivity, The Cove shows the connection between dolphin captivity and the largest slaughter of dolphins in the world. And then for the last 3 years of my career, from 2017 up until my retirement after Daytona in 2019, I drove the first ever vegan-themed race car in the world and gave away over 30,000 vegan cheeseburgers to race fans at places like Daytona and Talladega. In 2014, I began driving to all my races in my electric car, inviting race fans to join me at the EV charging stations on my road trip to the track so that they could learn more about electric cars. And that same year, my race team became the first in history to ever power our pit box using 100% solar power. I know that the racetrack is really the last place where you would expect to find environmental messages, and that's precisely why I did it. because anyone who is engaged in any broad effort to speak to the public faces this question. Do I speak only to friendly audiences, or do I face the doubters and the hostiles? If we only address those who already agree with us, then nothing changes. And if we only work with people who already believe in the same things that we do, then who is going to change the minds of those who don't? It's a more difficult conversation to have, but it is also the most important, because this is how we move the needle and create change. One memory that sticks out for me was back in the very early stages of my activism. I came across an argument that had started on a NASCAR forum. One member of the forum was very annoyed that I was promoting a documentary that was new at the time, called An Inconvenient Truth. He called me all kinds of names and said that I was brainwashed by Al Gore, and others chimed in to agree. But then another member of the forum asked him if he had ever seen the movie and questioned how he could judge it if he hadn't actually seen it. And the thread became very long, and people were arguing back and forth. And by the end of the thread, people were posting graphs of the parts per million of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. And so the argument had shifted and was no longer about me, but instead they were discussing the science behind the film. And I sat back and I thought, wow, I just started an argument about climate change on a NASCAR forum. And that made me smile. I had started a dialogue, and that is the first step in creating change, to start a dialogue between the two sides. And that very simple thing became very important to me. I had become a bridge between the environmentalists and the race fans, and that would become the singular goal for the remainder of my racing career. In 2012, I began working on a documentary film called Racing Extinction, about the current 6th mass extinction of species. As many of you already know, this era is called the Anthropocene, which translates to the age of man. It means our human impact on the planet is so great that we are actually changing the fossil record of the future. The last mass extinction event was about 65 million years ago, the event that took out the dinosaurs. It is widely believed that a collision of an asteroid is what caused that extinction. Here's a short clip from our film.
There's been 5 major extinctions in the history of the planet. There's the Ordovician, the Devonian, the Permian. There's the Triassic, Jurassic, and then the KT extinction, the one that killed the dinosaurs. It's very difficult to comprehend in deep time, 4.6 billion years of Earth's history. So if you take, say, the history of the Earth and try to squeeze it into a 24-hour clock, where does man fit on that clock? A few seconds before midnight. That's it. We're the new kid on the block.
Today, we have no trouble identifying the cause of this 6th mass extinction event. Humans are the cause. Although we represent just 0.01% of all living things, in this very short time, we have already had a catastrophic effect on our natural world. Humans have already destroyed 83% of all wild mammals and half of the plants. 1/3 of the arable land on the planet is being used to grow feed for livestock. And if you look at the weight of land vertebrates on our planet, 67% are now livestock, 32% are humans, and just 1% are wild animals. Farmed poultry makes up 70% of all the birds on the planet, with just 30% being wild. We are losing so much so fast. And I'm going to let Christopher Clark from Cornell's Bioacoustics Laboratory show you with sound the instruments in nature that we are losing. Here's another clip from our film, Racing Extinction.
The whole world is singing. clicking and grinding and whistling and thumping. But we've stopped listening.
The Cornell Bioacoustical Laboratory has the largest repository of animal sounds on the planet. They've been collecting them since the 1930s.
So there's this range of sounds from the largest animal ever to live on this planet to the tiniest little insects. This is a song recording of a male oh-oh singing on Kauai. These birds mate for life, so he would be singing a duet with his mate where he sings and she sings back and forth. Here comes the male song. There's no response. Here's the male song again. That's the last male of a species singing for a female who will never come. He is totally alone. And now his voice is gone.
Of all the issues humanity faces, population worries me the most. It is the granddaddy of all our other environmental issues. Climate change, ocean acidification, deforestation, pollution, species extinction, and loss of biodiversity. The dramatic increase of human population accelerates every single one of them. It took humans 200,000 years to hit a population of 1 billion people. We hit that mark in 1804. Just 126 years later, our population doubled to 2 billion. It then took only 30 years to hit 3 billion, and then only 14 years to reach 4 billion, which we did in 1974, the year that I was born. In my 47-year lifetime, the population has almost doubled. Earth is currently home to over 7.8 billion people. Since I was born, we have been adding 1 billion people to the planet every 12 years. And with our current rate of meat consumption, for every billion people we add to our planet, we must add another 10 billion farm animals to slaughter for food. Back when I was studying at UC San Diego, my biochemistry professor came into class and told us to close our books and showed us a film about human population. I remember being just devastated and walking across the college campus with him talking about it. That was over 25 years ago, but his message stuck with me. That was the day that I made the decision to not have children. I realize now that that one day in biochemistry class changed my life forever, and I'm very thankful I didn't skip class that day. Many people will argue that technology can save us. And while it's true that reducing overconsumption, in addition to adaptation of more sustainable technologies, can help us reduce our individual impact, if we do not address the main factor here, population, we are ignoring the root of all these other issues. I like to make the comparison that if your house was flooding due to a faucet that was turned on full blast, you can carry buckets of water out of your house, and each sustainable action, being vegan, driving an electric car, putting up solar panels, each of those things could represent a bucket of water. But unless you actually turn off the faucet, the flooding will continue. My husband and I were married 12 years ago, and we are happily child-free by choice. I want more of us to feel comfortable talking about this because it's time for us to speak up and have these somewhat uncomfortable conversations. Pre-pandemic, I had found a clever way to start this conversation with strangers, often while I was traveling. Whenever somebody asked me if I had kids, I would answer, actually, my husband and I are child-free by choice. This would let the stranger know that it was not that we wanted children and could not have them, which could be a painful subject, but that it was a conscious choice, something my husband and I had many conversations about early on when our relationship first became serious. And just by adding those two little words at the end of the sentence, by choice, I found that many, many people were interested in talking about population, both parents and non-parents. Many parents expressed that they didn't know about population issues when they had their kids, but they planned to have conversations with their children about it. It's incredibly important for us to normalize the choice to be child-free. Psychology shows that peer pressure and fitting in is a big motivator for human behavior. For example, the Journal of Consumer Research reported on an experiment run by a large hotel chain to examine the best way to get their customers to reuse their towels. 2 signs were left in their hotel rooms. The first was a standard environmental message about the water that would be saved, and the second, and by far the more effective sign, said that the majority of fellow guests had reused their towels. Another study, done by researchers who teamed up with a utility in California, provided customers with home energy reports so that people could compare their energy use with that of their neighbors. Of the 35,000 homes that received the energy report, along with tips on how to save energy, 75% of the homes took action to cut their energy use. This competition among neighbors is often referred to as keeping up with the Joneses. These studies show that humans are social animals. We want to fit in. And this well-known behavior prompting people to mimic the actions of their peers gives me hope to our future, thanks in part to a study done in 2011 at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. Scientists there wanted to find out if there was a tipping point for the spread of ideas. And what they found was that if just 10% of a population has an unwavering belief in an idea, it is inevitable that the majority of the population will adopt that idea. One of the scientists that worked on the study said they would watch the idea struggle to make it to the 10% mark. But once it reached that threshold, the idea would spread like a flame. So I still have hope for our future, and I do think we can still turn this thing around. One of my favorite parts of Racing Extinction is when photographer Joel Sartori explains why, despite the incredible challenges that we are facing, why right now is an excellent time to be alive if you want to save species.
OPS started out as a way to document endangered species. There's all these creatures that are just on the brink. And you can throw up your hands very easily and say, well, it's too big of an issue. But you know what? There's a few people doing great things. You know, Joel Sartori's work is some of the most fabulous work I've ever seen.
Can we lift his chin up a little bit for me, please? Perfect. PhotoArc's my 20-year attempt to photograph every captive species on Earth to get the public to care and save them while there's still time to do so. A lot of times these pictures I do are the only national coverage these animals will ever get before they go extinct. This is it. This is their one chance. This is the very last dusky seaside sparrow, last wild-caught bird. There's another sparrow just down the road, the Florida grasshopper sparrow, that's very near extinction. You hear something?
That's a grasshopper sparrow. 91% of this prairie habitat is gone. Mm-hmm. We're roughly around 20 sparrows a year.
20?
20.
From 150 to 20. So it's getting harder every year to find the bird, huh? I really hope these pictures I do aren't just some sort of an archive of the things we lost, but instead it's a chance to get people interested, get them to look these animals in the eye, and fall in love with them. The pictures of the sparrow ended up on the cover of Audubon. When the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service saw that, they went from allocating $20,000 or $30,000 a year to about $1.3 million to try to turn things around for this bird. There's never been a better time to be alive if you want to save species, because there's so many on the ropes. It's an excellent time to be alive because we all can change things right now. There he goes.
Estimates of the carrying capacity of the planet vary considerably, but after a year-long study done by researchers at Cornell, ecologists agreed that the ideal number of people that the planet could handle living in relative prosperity with access to clean water and electricity is 2 billion. We are already 5.8 billion over Cornell's estimated carrying capacity. So while it is the natural instinct for human beings to reproduce, perhaps we need to consider one of the solutions to the problems facing our finite Earth is to not do so. David Pimentel, Cornell professor of ecology and systematics, who worked on this study, said, all the changes suggested to make life on Earth sustainable and prosperous are achievable with currently available technologies. Less certain is the will of people to change. Charles Darwin once said, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. And so in the spirit of Charles Darwin, it is time for us to utilize our intelligence to adapt and to change the way that we are living on this planet. This generation has been called upon to answer the most noble of duties, to ensure the survival of future generations with the most basic of survival mechanisms, adaptation. The ultimate intelligence of our species will be determined by whether we face our population issue and get it under control or continue to sweep it under the rug because it's an uncomfortable conversation. The future of life on Earth depends on us doing the former. Thank you.
Thank you, Leilani, for this very uplifting talk in a way as well, with the extracts from your documentary. And I agree with Carl, the segment about the oh bird calling for his female is completely heartbreaking. So Leilani, if you don't mind turning on your camera, I will ask you a couple of questions now. And everybody, please remember to also jot down your questions for Leilani in the chat so I can ask them on your behalf. So Leilani, are you there?
I'm here. Can you see me?
You are. There you go. I think you just had to say something so everybody could see you. Hello. Thank you so much for joining. And I noticed as well that you were here all day yesterday. So thank you so much for listening to all the speakers and for being so active in the chat. It's really appreciated.
Of course, yes, I'm so interested in all the talks have been so fantastic. And actually the next film that I'm researching right now is on mega risks to humanity and existential risk. That's what my next documentary is focused on. So this was a way for me to study up on my next film.
Oh, brilliant. And I hope everybody then can be a guest speaker in your next documentary then. Right, so I'm going to start by saying that you've made an admirable personal commitment to saving the planet, and you're leading by example, which is very rare and very impressive. So do you think that individual commitment is the key to change, or do you envision that we need a change at a non-individual level as well?
I think we need both. We need systematic overhauls of the way our energy system works, the big things that need to be done by governments and corporations, and something that, like, you know, one person like me cannot change. But I also think, as I spoke about in the talk, you know, individual actions and the psychology of humanity to want to mimic and fit in with their peers makes these small changes very important. So, like, just for example, I live in North Carolina, and when I got my electric car, you know, I would come out from the grocery store and there would be people gathered around the car waiting for me to come out of the grocery store to ask me questions, because it was so unusual. You know, this is back in like 2013, and at that time, there weren't very many Teslas in North Carolina. So I would take people on test drives, and all of those things I look at as you're planting a seed, and you're making somebody think about maybe making their next car purchase an electric car, or even just here in the neighborhood when we were putting up our solar panels, I had a lot of neighbors stop in and kind of ask questions about how long does it take for you to earn the money back that you're spending on the panels. And so because humans are social creatures and we want to fit in, if the majority of people start to move towards electric cars, you're more likely to influence people to make that move. And you're seeing now, almost all the major auto manufacturers are starting to announce, if they're not already making electric cars, they're trying to compete. So I don't underestimate the power of those individual choices, because it can shift the overall society into accepting those ideas. Veganism has really taken off. That's increasing every year. It's so easy to be vegan now. Like when I became vegan in 2011, it was tough, but because the numbers are picking up so quickly, there's just so many companies out there producing vegan meats and cheeses and ice creams and anything you can think of, it's much easier. So I think that public shift, maybe that's the thing that gets the systems and the governments and the bigger entities to make more impactful moves based on the fact that the society is changing their behaviors. And I think people in general now are becoming more conscious of everything they do as an impact on the planet, whether it's the car you drive or the food that you eat. And obviously population being an issue that I think is very important. I think talking about, the choice that I made to remain child-free after learning about human overpopulation is powerful, because it makes other women feel like, oh, okay, I'm, this is a choice that other women are making and talking about, and that pressure to sort of, get married and have children. Now you can just get married and you don't have to do the second part, and that should be okay, and that should be accepted by society, and we shouldn't be looked down upon for that or judged negatively for that choice.
I think you make a lot of very interesting points about societal pressure in your talk. And I found it really interesting when you mentioned the Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute study about the 10% tipping point. So would you say we're close to that tipping point in terms of understanding the change that needs to be made regarding the climate crisis or overpopulation or the other issues that we've talked about today and yesterday? What's your general feeling about how the general public is absorbing these ideas?
I definitely feel like we're approaching, if not have already reached, the 10% tipping point on people understanding climate change, understanding that 7.8 billion of us, all of our decisions collectively has a huge impact on the planet. I think veganism is close to 10% if it's not there yet. I think people with electric cars will approach that. I think there's only like 3% of the cars on the planet right now are electric, but you can see from all of the unveilings from the legacy automakers that they're all moving in that direction. So I think we're rapidly approaching the 10% tipping point with electric cars if we're not already almost there. Population, I feel like, is the one issue that, I have found that just a lot of people they don't want to talk about it. It's uncomfortable. They're scared to address it. There's lots of environmental groups that just sort of, don't address it at all. Like it's not happening and it's not a part of all these other problems that we have, but it is the granddaddy issue of them all. And it is the one that is accelerating every single other environmental problem that we're trying to solve. So as long as we keep increasing the human population, we're going to make it harder and harder to solve ocean acidification and climate change and deforestation and habitat destruction and loss of species. And to not accept that those things are tied to each other is just crazy to me. I liked what one of the other speakers said. Paul Ehrlich said in a film called 2050. He said something to the effect of, there are always people that are trying to say it's consumption is the problem, not population. But that's like saying the area of a triangle is determined only by its width and not by its length. Obviously, consumption and population multiply together to give you your impact on your ecological system around you. So I felt that was a really eloquent way of describing it. And I guess I'm just frustrated a little bit that population seems to be one of the issues that just many people don't want to talk about. So I'm very thankful that that this conference, it was wonderful hearing Paul talk yesterday and then Jane O'Sullivan earlier today, addressing these issues, because it does seem like the one thing that always gets swept under the rug.
Yes. So we have a question for you from Gordon Weiss, who asks, what is your impression of the rate of engagement among celebrities and influencers? Is it increasing at an appreciable rate?
I don't feel like there's very many celebrities that get involved with environmental issues. At least to me, it feels like a smaller number. And I think one of the reasons that happens is that as soon as you speak up or a celebrity speaks up about environmental issues, they get criticized for everything that they do. And so they know that they're going to sort of be picked apart and looked at so closely. And so they're almost afraid to bring it up because somebody might, get a paparazzi picture of them getting into an Uber that's not an electric car. And then, the headline will be, so-called environmentalist. And they're just afraid of being, I think, drawing the spotlight to that because they feel like their personal choices or their personal actions are going to be under so much scrutiny. So, there's a few celebrities that are very vocal about it. Mark Ruffalo, he does a ton of activism work in the environmental world. Leonardo DiCaprio, there's people here and there, but I feel like, I wish there were a lot more.
Yes, I find your commitment to leading by example very inspiring. And admirable because yeah, if you were captured by a paparazzi, I bet you would always be very virtuous. So I wanted to ask you about your interest in cetacean captive population. So I understand from your talk that you did 2 documentaries about it, and recently I've been struck by the reports. I don't know if you noticed in the Mediterranean of orcas, I think, attacking boats. And I wonder, what's your feeling about what's happening under the oceans? It's getting a little bit more attention at the moment, but it seems like it's perhaps less visible to us than what's happening to terrestrial wildlife. And do you think this incident in the Mediterranean could be perhaps the nature basically trying to fight back a little bit, or is it just my imagination?
Actually, I don't know about the story of the orca attacking the boat. I'm going to have to look that up after this talk. But I will say that obviously ocean issues are not getting as much attention. And I think if you look at all the NGOs in the world that are dedicated to environmental efforts, the percentage that are actually focused on the ocean is very small. I want to say it's like under 5% in comparison to the ones that are working on land-based issues. And I think that might be a factor of, if it's not in your backyard, you're not thinking about it. And so if you don't, I'm inland, I live in Charlotte, I'm not anywhere near the ocean. But as a scuba diver, I care very much about the bleaching that's happening in coral reefs. And so even though it's not in my backyard, I'm thinking about that all the time. But I think a lot of people, it's, out of sight, out of mind, and there's not enough focus on the ocean. In our film Racing Extinction, we interview a man, Dr. Boris Verm, who talks about phytoplankton and how ever since the Industrial Revolution, phytoplankton blooms have been dropping every single year. And, the estimates vary, but anywhere between 50 to 70% of all the oxygen on Earth is actually coming from phytoplankton in the ocean. And so these phytoplankton blooms dropping, that's a very big problem. But obviously people tend to focus on the Amazon rainforest and things that we can see, because we can't see the phytoplankton in the ocean disappearing unless you're, NASA, and you've got satellite images that you're taking of these phytoplankton blooms. It's not really in the media that those are, in essence being deforested just in the same way that the Amazon is, but you can't get those pictures of, the way the Amazon is on fire and you can see it degrading before your eyes. It's much harder to sort of get into the public consciousness that losing something like phytoplankton that's so tiny that you can't even see it is an important issue to the health of the overall system of the planet, and is part of the oxygen that we breathe every day.
Of course. I think, Carl, Joan tells me that you may have something to say about the cetaceans and orcas. Is that right?
Well, it's sort of right. I may have something to say. Wild orcas have never hurt anybody. So the fact that these orcas in the Mediterranean recently have been shoving several boats around is very strange. It's nothing that anybody can explain. It's open to some speculation. Some of the speculation is that they might not have had full age adults with them to model the cultural behavior, because most orcas tend to avoid contact with people. They may have just decided that shoving boats around is fun because they're a little bored. They certainly are not mistaking a boat for food. They're exceptionally intelligent. So it's just some speculation about an event that is unprecedented and frankly really weird.
That's what I thought as well.
I'm all for the animals fighting back, to be honest. All my favorite movies are movies where the animals are fighting back against humans.
So I don't know why, but there's been a few messages that instead of going to the general chat have come to me. So I'll just read them out to you because they're very sweet. So Helen Empt says, Leilani, you're awesome and a real inspiration. And Peter Glick, who was our speaker on water yesterday, said that your talk was very moving and inspiring, and he thanks you. So I'm just going to finish with one last question, which is, what do you think, Leilani, that each and every one of us can do to use the time that we have on this planet to make a difference?
I think being vocal, whether it's to the people around you, your friends and your family who might not agree with you. And again, I'll go back to that. Try and have conversations with people who aren't on your side yet, because all of us getting together and talking to other people that agree with us and sort of understand all these issues is great. And it gives you a sense of community. And I think it helps give us all strength to keep going out into the world and fighting for these things. But really the most important thing that we can do is to have those super uncomfortable conversations with the people that are in your life that don't necessarily get it yet. And when you have the knowledge that everyone here has about what's happening to our planet, not everybody cares about these things. Not everybody is immersed in this world like we are. And so I think, it's both a burden and a curse, in that it's a burden to carry the heavy knowledge of what is happening to us. And with that also comes a responsibility for you to try and educate the people that are around you and hopefully try to wake them up. And, they're not fun conversations to have necessarily. And I had to have a lot of those, obviously, in my racing career, when I'm talking to people that are, meat eaters, and they're at a NASCAR race and I'm trying to get them to think about electric cars and solar panels and vegan food. And it's difficult, but it's important to sort of bring that message to people where they are. Those NASCAR fans were not going to show up at an environmental conference about clean energy or a vegan festival, but they were at the racetrack, and that's why bringing it to them there is important. So I think, you know, the overall advice I would give is to get out of the comfort zone, get out of your box, and you know, have those super uncomfortable conversations. But that's how you shift things. And actually that Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute study about the 10% tipping point, it talks about, I encourage everybody to Google that. And if you just pull up 10% tipping point study, you will find it. And it's so interesting how the scientists analyzed the way that people were being converted slowly. And it was by having conversations. It was by having conversations with somebody who didn't agree with them, you know, and then talking to a second person. And if that second person also didn't agree with them, they started to rethink and reconsider their own beliefs and realize that, the majority of people around me are thinking this other way. Maybe I should reconsider it. So yeah, have those super uncomfortable conversations. And then things like this conference are really great because we get to be among our peers that already agree with us, which is wonderful, but we're not necessarily changing the needle.
Yeah, it is reassuring though to hear people who agree. Thank you so much for your time, Leilani. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we're now going to move on to a talk by Lori Lamberton, and he's going to talk to us about how the economy can help save the earth. Lori Lamberton is an associate fellow at the Institute for Public Policy Research and a visiting fellow at the Global Systems Institute, the University of Exeter. He is the author of Planet on Fire, a manifesto for the age of environmental breakdown, published by Verso Books imminently, actually, in April 2021. And he will be speaking here in a personal capacity about how the economy can be leveraged to help save the earth.
It is never hard to find commentary on why we are collectively failing to address the accelerating environmental emergency. We're not wired to empathise with our descendants, laments a psychology professor in the Washington Post. We lack courage, concludes President Macron to world leaders at the UN. We need to do a much better job of informing people about the challenges, warns Bill Gates. The reasons are multifarious, a causal process of nefarious complexity. So it is tempting to latch onto simple explanations, to conclude that we are psychologically or socially predisposed to unthinkingly commit collective ecocide, or that this is simply a problem of the widespread use of environmentally damaging technology. Simple explanations engender simple solutions, from simply substituting dirty power plants and cars for clean alternatives, through using education to correct for cognitive bias, to perfecting democratic systems so the true voice of citizens may finally contend with vested interests. All these are surely needed, but often the mainstream political and policymaking focus struggles to fully comprehend a foundational truth. The structures and resultant dynamics of interconnected social and economic systems are a leading driver of the breakdown of global environmental stability. Deforestation in the Amazon and Cerrado is partly driven by investment decisions made by food producers. These producers are responding to profitable opportunities to supply beef to consumers hungry for meat around the world. Such tastes are encouraged by advertising and cultural expectations around living standards. Government policy then encourages compounding material expansion of such consumption, as it marks well against a narrow set of headline indicators and conceptions of progress. Questioning this state of affairs is difficult within the limited imaginary of what is appropriate and possible in economic theory and practice, and is often met with forceful reproach by vested interests who benefit from the status quo. In this talk, I will explore how prevailing models of economic development around the world are a leading factor driving the environmental emergency. I will then identify key elements of the political economic paradigm. By that, I mean the narratives, assumptions, policies, and power structures that dominate contemporary political and economic thinking in and between countries. And I'll look at how these are driving environmental breakdown and how they act as a barrier to change. I'll then explore the contours of a paradigm better capable of responding to environmental breakdown, and finish by considering the strategic challenge facing those seeking such a paradigm shift. To start with then, most, if not all countries are socially and economically focused on encouraging growth in consumption of cars, homes, technical devices, food, certain services, and so on. The factors driving compounded increases in consumption are wide-ranging. To be successful, firms must compete in markets and so necessarily invest to reduce costs, innovate for new products, encourage greater levels of purchasing, and so on. The finance system facilitates and also drives these dynamics, seeking and supporting profit-making opportunities. The drive to reduce costs by increasing labour productivity then requires more consumption to offset any potential losses of employment. Economic contraction and crisis resulting from boom and bust business cycle dynamics also drives unemployment. In practice, the resultant increase in public spending requirements is often used as justification to later cut social security. And together, unemployment and the limited provision of social support, at least in some instances over the last few decades, creates a dynamic in which social conditions aren't necessarily eroded outside periods of rising consumption and production. Therefore, the consensus response is to re-establish growth in consumption and production, leading to more spending and employment, all of which are supposed to improve social conditions. This growth is also necessitated by global economic competition between states, organised influence from its prime beneficiaries, and a range of factors driving individual consumption decisions, such as advertising, cultural norms, and positional pressures, the so-called desire to keep up with the Joneses. It is no wonder, then, that the mainstream political imaginary has internalized the fallacy that ongoing growth in consumption and production, measured through gross domestic product or otherwise, is the primary cause of improvements in societal welfare. And this is not the case. Other factors such as inequality, the health implications of types of consumption, the provision of key public goods, cultural elements, all of these are determinants of overall societal welfare and are often missed by GDP and other headline measures. Most pressingly, these measures also fail to fully recognise that the economy is something embedded, not separate to nature, and that compounding growth of material consumption in its current guise is destroying nature, the biophysical foundations upon which economic activity is even possible. We see this when observing that growth in global GDP has tracked growth in global material footprint and, to an extent, global CO2 emissions from fossil fuel combustion and industrial processes. And this is because the prevailing means of meeting the supply of consumption are founded on unsustainable resource use, such as the combustion of fossil fuels, overexploitation of soils, and so on. Moreover, as a recent paper in Nature Communications stated, the overwhelming evidence from decomposition studies is that globally burgeoning consumption has diminished or cancelled out any gains brought by technological change aimed at reducing environmental impact. But bluntly, social progress has been achieved at the expense of the environment. As the economist Kate Raworth has pointed out, there are no developed countries, in that no nation is able to provide healthy and fulfilling social conditions without causing critical environmental destruction. In all, the accelerating environmental emergency therefore poses a number of unprecedented challenges for economic systems around the world. Foremost is this correlation between consumption, under its current guise, and environmental degradation. Low-income groups the world over are increasingly moving into middle and higher income categories, and that will mean that technological change will have to contend with both rapidly reducing the existing impact of consumption and that of the large increases in consumption resulting from growing global affluence. In turn, mitigation measures can sometimes be self-defeating, such as the observed offset of increased efficiency by net increases in production. This is the so-called rebound effect, and the path dependency of patterns of economic activity. For example, while electric vehicles provide a net reduction in environmental impact compared to, say, combustion vehicles, they still impose large material costs to produce. Meanwhile, socioeconomic systems are also experiencing rapid change, such as impacts on employment of automation and the ongoing disruption of the pandemic. By many measures, many societies are also highly socially and economically unequal. Globally, economic and political power imbalances are both cause and effect of the inequity at the heart of climate breakdown. And altogether, high inequality could constrain cooperation at this crucial time. Into the future, it's also questionable as to whether domestic and international economic systems are robust to the growing destabilization brought by the environmental emergency. So here we are. This is if not the crucial moment. System scientists conclude that we're in a state of planetary emergency, in which swift and transformative action is needed just to avoid a maelstrom of feedbacks that could rob us of our agency over those factors driving or slowing environmental breakdown. The 2020s, therefore, is the latest in an unbroken line of pivotal decades. And I offer that it could be dominated by two major stories. Now, the dominant political economic paradigm of the last many decades has at times been largely agnostic or actively opposed to action on the unfolding environmental emergency. This is ending, at least in relation to the climate crisis. And that's our first story. Crudely, the neoliberal status quo is going to give this a go. There's now a spectrum of modification occurring to the globally preeminent market fundamentalism, at least coming from within and against that paradigm. The 2020 BBC Reith Lectures delivered by Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of England, are illustrative. Dr. Carney explored the confused and limited concepts of value in modern economics and policymaking, and how they diverge from those definitions of value broadly accepted in other parts of society, and the subsequent realm of faith into which market-obsessed decision makers have strayed. Reflecting wider concepts of value in markets, including the value of nature, is crucial to combating the climate crisis. Doing so can better enable the financial sector, investment strategies, and the wider behavior of firms to increase efficiency and to accelerate the development and rollout of clean technologies and activities. A policy set to achieve this is also emerging, including high levels of public investment, a more active approach to financial market regulation, and setting bounds on overall economic activity, which is essentially what carbon budgets mandate to do if expressed in legislation. Now, this approach, this modification is welcome, but I posit we could face four major challenges into the future. The first, quite immediately, is that the enabling policy set could be constrained. So, for example, many countries around the world at the moment are not implementing COVID recovery measures that encourage clean, over damaging economic activity, or are actually considering austerity against the express view of most economists. Moreover, how can laws and regulations keep ahead of the temptation to cut corners and use accounting tricks? This has been particularly difficult and remains so. It was only a couple of months after Dr. Carney's Reith Lectures that he claimed that the investment portfolio of the management firm in which he is a vice chairman was carbon neutral because it avoided emissions by investing in renewable instead of fossil energy, which supposedly cancelled out the thousands of metric tons of carbon released by its other dirty investments. The second problem concerns the factors that make up stable and cooperative societies. As is now well established, even those societies deemed as most developed are failing to provide citizens with broadly shared well-being to the standard often identified as being essential not just morally, but to ensure cohesive social outcomes. High levels of inequality, material or otherwise, undercut cooperation and lead to power imbalances, which it can be argued have eroded action to some extent on the environmental emergency to date. While there is growing recognition that inequality is a major problem in its own right, there has been little progress in translating this into a credible policy programme. Thirdly, while mainstream appreciation of the enormity of the climate challenge has improved markedly over the last few years, limited progress has been made in relation to appreciation of biodiversity loss, and all the global targets for acting on this have been missed. Comprehension of the emergency as encompassing the critical destabilisation of the Earth system as a whole, and a destabilisation that could soon overwhelm our agency, is functionally absent. And the fourth problem follows directly. Arguably, the biggest bet being undertaken by the modified status quo approach is to maintain the current consumption model and to assume decoupling is possible in general and in the time allowed. And this could prove to be supremely risky. While the decoupling of material growth and CO2 emissions has been observed in some countries, questions have been raised as to what extent this is still the case when factoring in emissions produced, say, from overseas production and other factors that are outside the purview of carbon accounting standards. Moreover, empirical studies cast doubt on whether global decoupling can occur rapidly enough and in relation to other environmental impacts, while still maintaining the current attitude toward the type, level, and growth of material consumption. And this is partly because of the environmental cost occurred by substituting dirty technologies for clean alternatives, where possible, and the material nature of our current types of consumption themselves. Now, this has led a range of economists, campaigners, policymakers, and others to suggest that effectively substituting dirty for clean is not enough, and that the consumption model upon which economies are founded should also be questioned, if not just to hedge our bets. The starting point for these alternatives is to change the goals driving policymaking, economic activity, and the wider political imaginary. Foremost is the donut approach, coined by Kate Raworth, which seeks to focus economic activity on meeting a set of minimum well-being standards, such as health and voice, so on, while ensuring environmental impacts are kept within sustainable limits. Now, this regenerative and distributive economy, as she calls it, provides a safe and just space for humanity. Inherent within this and similar concepts is that economies must then transition to a new model of prosperity and abundance. Well-being, broadly defined, is only a limited function of material concerns. And so beyond a certain point, growth in material consumption does not necessarily increase well-being. This means that the good life is less about getting the latest smartphone and more about social interaction, care, compassion, fun, inquisitiveness, and creativity. And that material consumption, like that smartphone, can be a means to those ends, but not, as our social and economic stories often tell us, the ends themselves. In this conception, breaking the link between compounding material consumption is an imperative for physical and mental health, for vibrant communities and cohesive societies, let alone for addressing pressing environmental needs. Methods for doing so directly seek to provide the conditions for more easily achieving basic material needs, such as adequate nutrition and healthcare, and providing space outside of work for play and social interaction and the other things that make up a good life. Now, the methods for doing so include minimum and universal basic incomes, the provision of universal basic services, particularly of healthcare, education, and mobility. It could also include better recognizing and rewarding what we already have, high wages for those key workers upon which we rely in and out of pandemics, and for all those billions of us, particularly women, who care and do all the other unwaged labor day in, day out that is so often ignored by mainstream economics. All this then requires a huge amount of investment. And this is where concepts of a Green New Deal come in, providing an organizing purpose, a mission for societies to rapidly invest in the enabling conditions for more equitable, sustainable, and resilient economies. This is about making up for lost time, expediting technological development and deployment, providing high quality jobs and bolstering the social fabric, and doing so in a way that is attuned to a range of inequalities and injustice. Now, this is only possible with a fiscal monetary settlement that recognizes finally that the era of fiat money emerging after the breakdowns of the Bretton Woods settlement means we are free of many of the constraints on investment still haunting the economic imaginary. This was proven, again, by the response of many governments to the pandemic, and many may, again, fail to see it, falling back onto the fiction of artificial constraints on societally critical investments. Changes to the finance system are also needed to drive this investment. This means more of the rules that divert energies from speculation to sustainable investment, part of which can be achieved by activist approaches from states through directed investment banks and so on. It also means getting serious about the power dynamics in and around finance and how they contribute to inequality and power imbalances, including through ending tax havens and implementing global agreements on tax avoidance and evasion. Recognizing the central threat of inequality and power imbalances to the collective response goes beyond finance. Put bluntly, we have little chance of marshalling an effective effort to restabilize the Earth system without it being and feeling like a shared endeavor. It's also surely risky to assume that rapid action can occur under the existing distribution of power on board, which has led us to the precipice. This means getting creative about a whole load of things, including ownership and other means of inclusion and shared decision-making and reward, such as economic democracy, municipalism, and using progressive taxes to reduce a range of economic and political inequalities. It also means acting to reduce power imbalances in the global economy, including limiting the legal power of transnational corporations and breaking the dependency extraction relationship between global north and south. All of that then requires a new analytical framework for economics. The maintenance of stocks, particularly essential ecosystems and biodiversity, should be prioritized, with the removal of certain things, including much of nature, out of the purview of markets altogether. This analytical framework should be interdisciplinary and include analyses often disregarded by the current paradigm, including concepts of power and exploitation. And it will necessarily draw on findings that run contrary to the current paradigm, including that human behavior is social, cooperative, adaptable, and often prioritizes intrinsic over extrinsic values. And of course, the widespread adoption of such a framework will require changes to how economics is taught. Now, everything I just explored, from changing goals to the means to go beyond material consumption as a lodestar of socioeconomic life to an appropriate analytical framework, all of these ideas and practice, ideas and practice that exist or are being implemented. We have the ideas, we have the frameworks, but we face three barriers: the will, the scale, and the time. In short, it's taking too long for the mainstream to adopt these alternatives if they ever will be adopted. And this is why we must finish on a consideration of strategy. Now, that brings us to the second potential story of the 2020s. Much of the mainstream narrative on the environmental crisis to date seems to have been akin to warning fellow crewmates on a ship of a far-off storm. A small deviation in course would avoid disaster in the future. We changed bearing and we won't get into that storm. But that bearing was not changed and the ship accelerated and we're now in the storm. The consequences of having entered it will likely mount as we head toward 2030. The temperature rise will be approaching 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial average if it hasn't already reached higher, and 2 degrees won't be far off. Damage and disruption could be growing and compounding. By this point, the vertiginous stakes will be obvious to all who dare look. As the destabilization grows, the ecosystem of influence seeking to realize the change that I mapped out above will have to evolve to deal with the realities of being in a storm and not just warning about it. And I finish by offering 3 potential areas of evolution for that ecosystem of influence. Firstly, the story will have to change. Telling the truth will always be a critical task. The project of educating people about the environmental emergency with care and compassion will forever continue, but the loci of those stories carrying the truth will have to shift. The mess will be all too obvious, including to regressive political forces rehearsing the catechism that liberal elites knew they did nothing, now we must protect ourselves and take what's left. Explaining how bad it is will increasingly have to come alongside even more powerful stories that explain why this is happening, how it came to this, and what we can all do together to fight for a livable future. Secondly, and following directly, it will become even more important to mature and extend the inclusive intersectional politics that is growing across the world and is associated with many of the ideas and practices I explored earlier. An unstinting focus on greater equality is critical. We may be occupying the same ship as we head into the storm, but the conditions are and have long been very different across the crew, as are the levels of responsibility for the mess and for the response and of our capabilities to do so. Again, to have a chance, this must be and must feel like a shared endeavour. Thirdly and finally, we need strategies and leadership that are robust to continuing the fight under conditions of growing destabilisation. This challenge is particularly acute for younger generations. Leadership in their future means facing an unprecedented challenge to rapidly transform socioeconomic systems in an attempt to restabilise the Earth's system while contending with accelerating environmental breakdown and compounding societal disruption. Certain strategies and approaches employed in more stable times, even those from the late 2010s, might not be effective in those decades. Stability breeds complacency, but action can be taken to better preempt and be equipped for this future, a new explicit frontier for activity across those seeking paradigmatic change and to tackle the environmental emergency. It means better using the unprecedented foresight that helped us identify these unprecedented threats, going beyond binary invocations of it being too late as the existential threat grows, or an understanding of the future employed singularly as a tactical cautionary tale to spur action in the present so as to avoid these prognostications becoming a reality. For ours is the crucial moment. Alongside the grief as the fires rage and the fears grow, we need stories of focus, struggle, and hope as we head into this next phase, battening down the hatches with a voracious resolve to fight for a future against the lashing fury of this storm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lori, for this densely packed talk about the economy. And I can see comments, for example, from Helen saying, hooray, someone talking about the economy. So I think we've all been waiting for your angle to come up. So if you don't mind, if you could turn your camera on, I will now ask you a couple of questions. Would that be all right?
That sounds good.
Excellent. So, I noticed that you mentioned the neoliberalist capitalist system we live in, and that you make it seem possible in your talk that change could be possible within that system. Other thinkers, such as Naomi Klein, for example, in This Changes Everything, seem to say that our late-stage capitalist model is fundamentally incompatible with large-scale changes that we need to implement in order to stop the climate deterioration. Do you agree?
Yeah, so I strongly agree with that. I don't think it can be done within our the current neoliberal model. I think one of the main stories of this decade will be that model will start to give this a go, that the status quo will start to give this a go, to start to act on particularly the climate problem. And I think that very quickly it will become clear what many of us have known for a very long time, which is that it is unable to properly respond, that it has a constrained set of policies, a constrained set of understandings even of why this is happening. And so the many things that I mapped out, the tour de force that I gave just now, are things like changes to the goals that drive society, all the way through to changes to ownership and how economics is taught, for example, that are more suited to be able to tackle this problem. And if they were to occur at a large scale, they would constitute a complete break from the neoliberal, the prevailing paradigm that we see in economics for the last number of decades. It would probably also constitute a break in the direction of economics on the scale of a much longer time frame as well.
Speaking of dramatic breaks, this COVID period that we're living through, you say could give rise to new programs of change. But you also point out that we seem to be fixated on austerity and on artificial constraints on the level of spending and the nature of spending that we allow ourselves to do. So can you explain the fall from favor of Keynesianism, and at a moment when it seems crucial that a greater level of investment by governments into infrastructure spending, for example, and other really important structural programs would be essential for green recovery after COVID? Can you hear me? Oh, you're muted. Just a second. I don't know how that happened.
There we are.
Oh,
I wasn't being allowed to unmute that.
When you mute yourself, then it just reverts to the default setting, I think.
Okay, fine. I'll keep myself unmuted. Yeah, so we need investment of an unprecedented scale to not just get out of the mess that the coronavirus pandemic has caused globally, but also to, in the phrase often adopted by politicians around the world at the moment, to build back better from that so that we can have a shooting chance at dealing with the many overlapping environmental problems that we have. As you're alluding to, one of the biggest problems is that critical requirement is coming at a time or off the back of a number of decades where the idea is that governments can spend, that they should spend, and that spend.
Oh, we appear to have lost Lori. Can everybody still hear and see each other? Oh, we're having a transmission problem, I'm told, and we lost Lori. But we still are all, I think, connected. So we'll just give it a couple of minutes, I think, and he'll be back. So in the meantime, I think, Shan, perhaps, would you like to ask the question to the group, or do you want to wait until Lori's back?
Oh, thank you. Probably better. He's already said he's going to look at the first question I raised him about redefining monies in terms of sustainability. At the moment, there's no definition of what economic value is. It's a mythical social construct. And as Lord Stern pointed out, it's created climate change by sending the wrong message to burn carbon rather than to have sustainable energy. And Carney is concerned about money being defined by the Chinese in their digital currency. And he's talking about the need to anchor money to something real. And he's talking about a basket of currencies, which is useless because all official money is undefinable. The International Accounting Standards Board has not any standard unit of value. Money is destructive and we need to redefine it if we're going to save the planet.
Thank you, Shan. And I believe, Paolo, you're also, you've raised your hand. Would you like to bring a point?
I have questions for Lori.
Yeah, Lori's gone. Do you think you can ask the question to the group?
Yeah, maybe, because I like very much the presentation of economy is one of the subjects that I work. The question, he said that he has we have the framework. I think we do not have the framework because economy can grow without material consumption. We need more Earth system services, and the Earth system services spread globally. They are intangible and spread globally. And we have no legal framework to recognize the Earth system as something that exists for international law. The Earth system, a stable climate, does not exist for international law. Because it's intangible, and for international law, the global commons we have, it's only the leftovers of the territorial divisions. International law still look at this planet as a territory divided between states, and the global commons are the leftovers. The question is, this planet is much more than a territory. Yes, an Earth system, and the only way, everything that Lori talked about economy needs a legal framework that recognizes a global common for to be possible to give value for the work of nature, because the work of nature do not stay within the borders of any country. And we need to make all these things that we have been talking during these days here, any human action, the first requisite is to have a legal framework. And the question is, without this legal framework that recognizes a global common without borders, we will not move to any way. And we have the opportunity to do it because a stable climate was proposed to be a common heritage, and today is a common concern of humankind that no one knows what is a common concern of humankind. The first article of Paris Agreement said, climate change is a common concern of humankind. Until today, from a legal, in international law, nobody knows very well what are a concern in terms of rights and duties. And this is the big question. And to have the economy that Lori talks about, we need a legal framework for that economy to be possible to put on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah. Lori is back. So what do you think about the idea of a legal framework, Lori?
I'm sorry, everyone, that I went as well. The internet dropped here. So I'm very sorry that I got cut off halfway through what I was saying there. On a legal framework, yeah, that will have to be a part of it. I think one of the big problems that we've had under this neoliberal paradigm that we've seen over the last number of decades is that there was a strong movement to try and intertwine certain economic and legal concepts, and we don't have as much as a thrust of a counter movement, I think, that's been successful enough to try and create the legal frameworks that we need, particularly to put as much of nature as possible into the commons, into a place away from markets, and just to be absolutely protected from human exploitation and other things. And that has got to be, I agree with Paolo, who was just speaking, that has got to be at the very heart of a kind of settlement that we see, where what you would hope is that if you are in some way managing to coordinate a change in the consumption model at the heart of many countries, you can do that in concert with a legal framework that begins to reclaim more of nature into the commons, therefore creating a situation where your consumption model is limited, which then favors those kind of changes that would then favor, the kind of public luxury and public goods that we should actually be basing our lives upon. You get that kind of virtual progress that creeps its way across the world.
Thank you. So I had a question about, you speak during your talk about diverting financial systems from speculation towards sustainable investment. And Leilani has a similar question as well. So we're both wondering about the current craze for cryptocurrency. And I wanted to ask, do you think this is an example of speculation that we should divert away from and towards more sustainable investments? And what should we be investing in? And Leilani also supplements this question by asking, she says she's read stories about the carbon footprint of Bitcoin, and what could be the downside of letting this speculation get out of control.
I think that it's sort of an
an appropriate element to the Bitcoin, a tragically appropriate element to the Bitcoin situation, that it is causing damage to the environment at the same time. You know, we simultaneously in a situation where we shouldn't be wasting as much as of time and resources we have available in society on speculative crazes, that it also has this double edge to it. It's not just financially destructive for people who are engaging in behaviors that, you know, are speculative and could lead to them losing enormous amounts of money. It now has this added dimension of being destructive to the environment at precisely the time where we shouldn't be having that as well. And it's a frustrating sort of distraction that's happening on the side. The original promise of the underlying technology of Bitcoin is much more interesting, I think. The ledger technology that enables certain currencies, you know, to innovate in the currency space so we could have much more security in currencies, I think has a potential role to play into the future. And there are lots of complexities there. I would just urge you all to go and check out a number of books that exist out at the moment that look at what a potential future where you could have currencies that are based upon like stopping destroying the environment, and you earn your currency from that. Is that those are very interesting proposals that need to be considered, and we now have the technologies to do that in a safe and secure way because of the technologies that sit under Bitcoin.
Very interesting, and I think a lot of people would love to have that list. So just one last question, and apologies to everybody who's asking lots of questions. There's no time to ask all of them. But Jeffrey Holland, speaking of currencies, says, if energy is the primary currency of civilization, does the coming era of cheap green energy for everyone facilitate a circular economy that benefits all?
We have to be very careful here, and again, this is why I wanted to put the consumption model at the forefront of what I was talking about in very crude terms. And the world is more complex than this, but in crude terms, the prevailing strategy is to swap dirty for clean technologies. And as I was arguing, that's a supremely risky bet. And you could have, you know, a limited renewable technology that itself will be a positive tool in the arsenal of our fight against the stabilization of the biosphere. But if not just because this isn't just a climate problem, we can't be thinking that is going to solve all our problems. And in some ways, if applied in certain ways, it could accelerate them, because it could be driving a consumption model that is destructive of other parts of nature, and we lose the ability to stabilize the biosphere upon which we all depend.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Lori, for your time. I think we need to move on now to the plenary. So if you don't mind, I will ask you to answer the questions that we did not have time for directly in the chat. And thank you so much for such an interesting talk.
Thank you very much. And sorry I dropped off for a bit there.
No worries. It happens to everyone. So I'm going to now pass on the floor to John Hewson, who is going to say a few words about the days that we've had the privilege of hearing all these speakers, and who is going to introduce the purpose of the plenary.
Well, thank you very much, Alpha. Yes, look, it's been a fascinating 2 days as far as I'm concerned. Some excellent presentations on a number of the key elements of the challenges that face the future of humanity. And I thank everyone for the constructive way in which they've actually addressed these issues. Our focus, we hoped, out of this conference, it's hard to come up with a definitive set of conclusions because so many of the issues are still subject to debate. But we wanted to propose the idea of an open letter to governments and the people of the earth, challenging them to focus on the significance of these 10 mega threats, these existential risks to the future of humanity. And I think if we can put that letter, we have a draft of that letter, which some of us have already signed, up for people to have a look at. We, the undersigned, call on governments, institutions, corporations, and people of the planet to develop a clear plan and a pathway for human survival. We recognise that humanity faces the greatest emergency of our existence, a crisis far deeper and more complex than many yet recognise. The emergency comprises catastrophic risks, including resource scarcity, ecological collapse and extinction, global overheating, food insecurity, weapons of mass destruction, global poisoning, pandemic disease, population overgrowth, uncontrolled new technologies, and widespread apathy and delusion. Many voices have raised concern about these threats, and we add ours to them. These risks are all interlinked. None of them can be solved in isolation. However, they can be overcome with universal cooperation, goodwill, and determination. No government yet has a plan for dealing with this dynamic cycle of risk that endangers our civilization, our children's future, and our planet as an ecosystem and home for all species. We here call on them to develop one urgently. We also urge worldwide discourse, planning, and action now to address all of these risks together in ways that make none of them worse off. We call on a fairer, safer, and healthier and more sustainable future for all people of our planet. And we would urge that you, as all participants in this conference, be willing to sign this open letter, and then, of course, distribute it through your various networks and see if we can mount a significant global exercise in signing support for this sort of an approach.
Thank you, John. And I'd like to just point everybody's attention to the fact that the portion of our speakers have already signed this letter, and that we would very much like as many people as possible to sign the letter. We will also post the letter on petition websites so that you can treat it like a petition, share it with your network and with the people you know, and let's spread awareness about the message that we wanted to pass along today so that it spreads far and wide. So I think, thank you, John, for your remarks. I think Paul Ehrlich also wanted to say a few words at this point. So Paul, if you'd like to take over, let me see where you are. Here you are. Oh.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, thank you.
I see. First, I want to say I've been thrilled by the series of papers. I've listened to all of them and almost all the discussion, and I think you've all done a remarkable job. So that's for a starter. Sorry, what happened?
Professor Ceballos, can somebody mute him? Thank you.
I did.
Apologies, Paul.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
He's muted. He's still muted.
Yeah. He has to unmute himself.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know why it muted again. Let me say that two main or several main points I'd like everybody to keep in mind. Issues were raised about how we are going to deal with bringing the poor out of poverty, which all of us think is a really critical thing. It doesn't necessarily mean bringing everybody on the planet to the current Los Angeles lifestyle, but it means taking several billion people and giving them more consumption rather than less consumption. And often, of course, the economists say we do this with growth. Growth is the disease, not the cure. We have to do that with redistribution, changing our values. A lot of us learning, as Leilani pointed out very nicely, to live very different lives, even more different perhaps than even she is thinking about. Because the main cure, if we're ever going to get it, has got to be shrinkage of the human enterprise as a whole. And one of the things that thrilled me more than anything else about the program is how the young people, like Jane and Leilani, are coming along and saying the proper things about population. I would not have disagreed with a single word either of them said about the population issues, including the spherical stupidity of the argument that we can't afford to have the population age because the only alternative to that is have it to grow to infinity. That was very, very cheering to me. I should point out, however, on most of the issues we're dealing with, we're often dealing with politicians that are not just going in the direction of growth as a cure rather than as the disease, but also in working very hard. People say, oh, governments can't get involved in promoting family planning because it's too personal. Well, the United States government, particularly state governments, are highly involved right now in dealing with personal issues of reproduction. And we have, as most countries do, a long history of not only telling you who you can sleep with, but also what positions you can use. So the idea that family planning can't be promoted by governments is one more nonsensical idea we're going to have to do away with. And I think the only other thing I want to emphasize is we're in a period of growing racism and sadly in a war against women and so on, and fixing all of those things are going to be necessary to get the cooperation and the right minds working on solving our problems. And so finally, I just want to thank all of you for your participation, your patience over a rather long symposium, particularly to Julian and his gang for setting the whole thing up, and for my dear close colleague, Joan Diamond, for collaborating in that. Joan is great at herding snakes. She has a lot of experience doing things like negotiating with the North Koreans for a nuclear-free Northeast Asia. So she has experience for dealing with people like us, and she tends to keep me in line. Anyway, thank you all, and have a great plenary now.
Thank you so much, Paul. Really, really fantastic to have you here today with us. So I'd like to kick off the plenary by asking a question which came from Mike Hanauer, who asks if we think that the focus on climate change is obscuring all other issues. And I would like to ask all the speakers first to perhaps express their view on this matter.
Alpha, may I comment?
Yeah, sure, of course. Oh, and I should say, nobody has to ask before speaking. Just go ahead. This is a debate. It's a plenary.
Yeah, basically, we organised this conference because we were concerned that the media, in particular, and to a lesser degree governments, is totally focused on climate. Now, we are not saying that climate is unimportant. We're saying it's terribly, terribly important. But there are all these other joined up issues, and they require equal weight. And even if we fixed the climate problem tomorrow, we would not fix the other 9 problems, the other 9 mega risks. And we would still be in a heck of a lot of trouble as a species and a civilization. So the point about the conference and the message that we're trying to drive out of here is we've got to fix all of this. It's all down to human overpopulation and overconsumption. It's down to our, the fact that human money is a figment of the human imagination, and there's more of it than there is planet, and we've got to fix that. So the message, the overriding message that we're anxious to promulgate is, let's fix all of this at the one time, rather than making individual problems worse by trying to fix them piecemeal.
Amen.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to add to this, or shall we move on to the next question? I'll move on then. So throughout this conference, one thing has really struck me, and that is the level at which we can affect change. So there have been, for example, examples through Leilani's talk of individual commitment to change and leading by example. There have been interesting examples of community-led change that came up during, for example, Peter Glick's talk about the different possible management of water. There has been a talk about corporate responsibility and the ability to affect change in Dr. Naidu's talk about contamination and how they need to take responsibility for the cleanup of the mess they created. We've also talked about regional and community change that could be possible. For example, when the Paris Agreement, the US decided to leave the Paris Agreement, California signed it, or cities started to sign it. So maybe there's also a regional level at which we can effect change. And then there's also in Lori Lamberton's talk, the notion of the necessity to start limiting the power of transnational, multinational corporations. So, and this is hard to do at nation state level. So we would need to have global systems for change in order to make a significant difference to the way things are going. So I'd like to ask our speakers if they have an opinion about what is our best bet to effect real and lasting change. Which level of change is the one that is most effective?
We could go back to Thomas Cromwell's days. I think heads on pikes is a very effective way of getting change.
Okay, maybe let's not leave it at that. Otherwise, we'll get a really bad reputation for this.
If no one's going to volunteer, I'm a journalist and a newspaper editor, and I tell you, the way you change things is by changing the minds of the people. They are the people who can change the governments. And they are the people who make decisions every day about what food to buy, what clothing to buy, what sort of housing to have, what kind of a car you drive. This has got to be driven bottom up by the people of the earth. So this is a job, we've got to reach everybody. For the first time in human history, we have the means to reach everybody. That is the internet and social media. For the first time ever, we can have a conversation around the entire planet. It may be a bit raggedy, that conversation, but for the first time we're talking to it. For the first time since we left Africa, basically we've been able to talk to ourselves, to think as a species, to address problems that affect us as a species. So it's a very exciting time. As Leilani and others have pointed out, this is the time of the greatest challenge and the greatest opportunity, but it's also the greatest danger.
And we have to encourage people to change institutions, because institutions play a huge role in this. It's got to come from within. John Hewson and I believe, were once involved in trying to get University of Technology in Sydney to change with Graham Pike, but we sort of missed. And Stanford is going in the wrong direction, trying to develop a school of sustainability and climate, making the mistake that this whole symposium is trying to correct.
Leilani, you emphasize the significance of this tipping point in terms of the strength of an idea at 10%. I'm not sure what the number is, but can you speak a little more about that sort of thinking? I mean, it is difficult when you have such strong vested interests against change, a political process that's intent on being short-term and opportunistic and not worrying about longer-term structural issues and challenges. The difficulty that people have, in your words, uncomfortable conversations. I mean, there are layers of the problem. How do you generate enough momentum to actually start to drive significant change? And that's a concern that I've had for a long time. But Paul uses the example of universities. I mean, they're supposed to be the source of much of the independent thinking for change in the world, yet they've become so intransigent in Australia in particular. So I do think that there are these institutional blockages to getting an idea up and getting it widely supported. In this country, in Australia, we have surveys of over the years of 60–80% of people demanding direct action from government on climate. And the government has a tin ear. It has a complete tin ear. And this is unfortunately a global phenomenon. The momentum has not been there. Even the Paris Accord, 195 countries sign up to an agreement which, if implemented, would still have us warming at about 3 or 4 degrees in the course of this century. So there's an intransigence in the system. It's in individuals, it's in institutions, it's in governments. How do we get to that critical tipping point?
Yeah, I mean, if you read the study, and I think it looks like somebody just dropped the 10% tipping point study into the chat there. It's very interesting, and it's all about, you know, personal conversations and having someone sort of challenge what your idea is, and then if a second person challenges it, it made people to start reconsidering their preconceived ideas. The problem I think we have now, and as amazing as social media is that we can all connect with each other and all these ideas can be shared, it's also a big problem in that misinformation is being spread. So there's a great documentary that came out earlier, I think last year, actually, called The Social Dilemma, that is showing how these crazy conspiracy theories and misinformation can spread, you know, faster than the facts. And, you know, I see that as a big problem. And I think that's something that the big tech companies have to address, because if they're, you know, if Facebook is allowing misinformation to be spread like wildfire and they've got billions of people on their platform, then this 10% tipping point that we're talking about, that in the situation from the study, you know, was a positive thing, it can also be a tipping point for ideas that are completely false. And how we control that and how we're able to get the tech companies to start taking down misinformation is, I think, one of our biggest challenges. I think, you know, there's so many great things about the world being connected in this way, but now we're starting to see the more dangerous side of that. And, you know, deep fakes being able to be made where you can make it look like somebody is saying something that they're not actually saying. And, you know, this misinformation that is being spread about COVID and all kinds of other things, it's a pretty scary time. So, you know, I don't know what the answer is to that, but I feel like it's somewhere in these tech companies that have these large social media platforms with billions of users. They have to take some sort of responsibility for allowing misinformation to be spread.
It used to be a function of government, but the problem there is who chooses the information and who says what's correct. And it really, that has to be broadly spread. And for a long time, it was in some countries, because there were just a few major media outlets, and they had certain rules about opposing views and giving time for opposing views and so on. Now you can tune into your nut channel and find out all about Hillary Clinton tearing the faces off of the children she's eating and using them as masks. And there are people in the United States Congress who say things like that.
I actually have read something really interesting about the rise of these extreme governments, such as Trump's government or Bolsonaro. And what I read about it is that it was, in fact, the first symptom of the climate emergency that we're living through. And that essentially the fact that resources are starting to become scarcer means that countries are going to start pulling the blanket towards themselves. And this whole start of ideologies like America First or Brexit are actually the first manifestation of the fact that we've entered the Anthropocene. So it could be that extreme right governments and these types of populist governments and authoritarian governments will become more and more common, because everybody's going to sort of adopt this lifeboat mentality of, you know, some of us need to survive. And so we'll just leave everybody else to drown, but we'll save our own. So that's, what does everybody think about this theory that I read about?
Can I just,
I like, go ahead.
Go ahead. Julian, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'd like to just, I'm representing Ravi Naidu here because he had to dash out for a meeting. But basically, there's a thing that we're up against. The amount of neurotoxins, nerve poisons, that are now being poured out by humanity around the world is damaging the brains of children in every society. And there is already quite good scientific evidence that the human IQ is falling by about 7 points a decade or something of that order, which is a very alarming thing. And this means that people, they're dumber now, basically, than they were 10, 20, 30 years ago because of the level of brain damage that they've sustained. So there is a real dilemma here that we're becoming less and less actually able to understand the problems we face and less able to come up with solutions. However, let me say this also, because I've worried about these things for a long, long time. When you go into a market and you choose an apple, you try to choose an apple that looks wholesome and is not full of worms or perhaps overcoated in pesticide and things like that. You discriminate. And what we have to do really is to teach people who use the internet to be good consumers of the internet. I mean, it's like any other product. There are good products and there are bad products, and you've got to learn the difference. If you buy the bad products, then you deserve what you get. Basically, we do have to teach our children to learn to tell the difference between truth and bullshit on the internet. And I think that's a very important thing. Otherwise, we're not going to have an informed democracy, with the brain power to distinguish between a fascist regime and a loving democracy.
Professor Ceballos, I think you wanted to say something as well. Professor Ceballos?
Yes. We have been discussing here that what is the problem and that we are not being so effective on publicizing this. And let me tell you that we have organized a counteractive, a really strong new movement charity called People versus Extinction. And this is related only to the extinction process. We will and we are going to try to raise $1 billion in the next 4 years. And we're going to try to reach between 4 and 5 billion people so they understand what is at stake by losing the species. So in other words, I have seen that we complain about the governments, about the social media, but unless we organize the movements and we really push them and we are the machinery of change, they won't change. I have been listening all our complaints, right complaints in the last 20 years, but unless we do the change, unless we do the platforms to push to the right direction, this won't happen. The governments don't have any incentives. The corporates don't have incentives. The public don't understand. So I hope People versus Extinction, we manage to launch it properly, and it will be an example of how taking the advocacy to do this at the proper level, $1 billion, 4 billion people or 5 billion people in the next 5 to 6 years is the kind of thing that we need to do. I have lost completely faith on governments to do what they have to do. But I think using the internet, using the power that we have in terms of the facts, the solutions, and so on, is one way to go.
Thank you.
If I may add to that, Professor, I am regular 20-year-old in California who spends much of her time on the internet. And I've noticed that a lot of what influences my mind is the media that I consume, is the people that I watch on YouTube, the advertisements that come in between them, and thinking about these big, grandiose issues that we have is really hard for me to wrap my brain around. And with other big issues, I've seen them effectively condensed and delivered in media platforms that have brought in my interest. For example, I don't like history, but I watch an entire YouTube channel that it just does wonderful, interesting videos on history. So I think, I can't remember who was talking about it in yesterday's forums, but whoever said we need to change the narrative is just speaking to directors and advertisers and just learning how to get these very difficult to understand scientific ideas and turn them into something that everyone can understand and then also be interested in is, I think, one of the most important things that we can do. And even with all the, or one of the examples I have, even in military wars, the first thing that you try to do is you try to knock out communication. And I think that if we can effectively communicate our ideas to everybody, because we can have the best ideas in the world, but if nobody knows about it, then what's the point? We're just yelling into a void. And I've had the privilege, one of my professors at Moore Park College gave me the link to this conference, and I've never been to any conferences of this sort at all, but just the information, and we need to get the information to people is, I don't know what else to say on that point.
Look, we're social animals. Get involved with a group. Go to mahb.stanford.edu and find yourself a group to work with. You know, all of us are parts of gangs, and scientists on this program are all the same in the sense that they have close colleagues that they work with, so that you're not facing these horrendous problems without, you know, intellectual support from your friends. And you can find that support, and you're the generation that's going to have to do it. Us old farts, we're on our way out, and we've left you a disaster. So get your friends organized, join the mob, get going.
I understand that with me being able to trying to connect to people, but we need to get to people who aren't interested in this. And I think media outreach, advertising, like what we did in this last election that got everybody so excited about voting, if we can do that, but with climate change, we can really get something going, I think.
Agree. Like the issues that we're talking about needs a really good PR and media firm that helps put out really great, concise, short videos that are in layman's terms that will bring in people that aren't necessarily seeking this out, but we market it and we produce it in a way that it sucks people in with interest. I completely agree with your point. I feel like a lot of the environmental community, like, we're not the greatest at marketing.
And I want to pull out something that you said, Shailene, that was really interesting to me, that has come up in a lot of the talks yesterday and today. The person who mentioned that we should go to reach the greater public through soap operas was actually Paul. I don't know if you noticed, but Sumia, the person from the WHO, also said that we needed to change behaviors, and that we needed to go beyond just having scientists talk about the scientific issues, and also address the fact that we're social creatures, and that our changes in behavior need to go through a different approach. And I know that Leilani has been trying to shift public opinion through her actions and her influence and her documentaries. And I can't remember off the top of my head, but there were a lot of speakers today who and yesterday who said the same thing. So we're all conscious about this, and the change in narrative is what will trigger the change in behavior and the change in systems. Jeff Holland in the chat says, quotes Jane Goodall, the lady who worked with gorillas in the mist.
Chimpanzees.
Chimps.
Sorry? Chimpanzees. Sorry. And essentially what she was saying is that if you want to facilitate change, you have to get to the heart. You do that with stories. And yesterday we mentioned Yuval Noah Harari. If you haven't read his book called Sapiens, I highly recommend it. He actually, the whole book makes the case that human change is triggered by the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. And so I think this is the right direction probably for change, is to change our narrative, to change the stories that we tell ourselves about how we're going to get better. I personally, I try to do that through novels. So when I started thinking about how to reach the greater public and pass this scientific information to them, I thought the best way would be to go reach them where they are. And usually people are immersed in the world of stories. So we're always watching TV, we're always reading books, we're very interested in gossip about our neighbors. A lot of the information we absorb is through stories. So I thought it would be a good thing to try and pass on the information about environmental catastrophe and overpopulation and nuclear disaster and pandemics through novels, and that's what I do personally.
Can I commend Olfa and Leilani, because this is how you reach humanity, through its emotions. Unfortunately, not through its hard-headed thinking mechanism. It's through the stories that appeal to the heart. And behind me, that is Kiribati. It's 2 meters above sea level. That society is gone. You know, the salt is already into their very little farmland. 10, 15 years, they're going to have to actually abandon the place. It is stories like this that we need to tell, so that other societies around the world, whether you're New York or Shanghai or whatever, you realize that you too are on a short fuse, and you better start rethinking what is going to happen. But I think the answer to this is we need women in charge of the world, because women think like that. Men, you know, we're mechanical blokes. We like thinking about machines and weapons and chemicals and stuff like that. You know, that thinking is gone. That's caveman thinking. We need women to lead us to the place of safety. If women are not in charge of humanity, you know, within 15, 20 years, humanity hasn't got much of a future, in my opinion. So over to you, girls.
Although I really appreciate your comment, Julian, I think we'll need everyone because if we don't get everybody on board, we're all going to sink. So I'd like to orient the conversation now a little bit on the purpose of this conference. So compared to other conferences, the difference and the unique aspect of this one is that we are endeavoring to show the interconnectedness of these issues. Not only at the problem level, but also at the solution level. So if we start with the problem level, can you think of ways that these different issues that we went over during the 2 days connect to each other? We've seen, for example, links being made in the talks between AI and nuclear weapons and the drones that are going to be able to make a decision of life and death without human intervention that could trigger a nuclear war, for example. We've seen the links between climate change and water shortages that were really clear between Professor Stephan's talk and Professor Glick's talk. Are there other links that jumped out at you that would help us understand how interconnected these 10 issues are? And you don't have to raise your hand, just unmute yourself, Professor Glickson, for example. You don't need me to unmute you. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I wanted to make 2 points. One is, it is actually women and children who seem to be leading the movement. And I'm thinking about Greta Thunberg, of course, this little girl who started up a global movement. I'm also thinking about Leilani. I was deeply moved and impressed by Leilani's talk. Right through history, it's men who started wars and it's women who kept the species going by giving birth. We have to recognize this fundamental difference between men and women. A lot of men go to war and kill. Women give birth and nurture life. The other point I wanted to make is there have been comments about climate change being or not being the priority. The analogy is a patient in a hospital bed running out of oxygen, and if you try to ask that patient what other issues they have, economic, political, racial, and all the rest of it, they could hardly answer. They mainly need oxygen. Climate change is going to reduce the oxygen in the atmosphere. and raise temperatures to a level in which we will not be able to exist. There are some people who don't quite get the science, but the science means that we are now on the track towards an Earth overtaken by fires. We had it in Australia, you had it in California, and you had it in other parts of the world. Fire is going to take over if we get to 3 and 4 degrees and so on. So the climate is something which will allow us to survive longer and perhaps do some repair to our destructive way of life. But without it, I don't know. The only other point is the nuclear, of course, and Tilman Rafis talks about it already. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So what connections can we see between the issues? Anybody else would like to comment?
Tilman, if I may just briefly jump in. I think for me, one of the obvious ones is the nexus between climate and nuclear weapons. I mean, nuclear weapons are a climate issue, and the climate is at fundamental risk in 2 directions, one from uncontrolled heating and the other from an abrupt ice age conditions induced by nuclear war. So there's a very strong link there, and also the whole issue of food and water security is very central in that, because while most of the acute casualties, the acute casualties in nuclear war would be largely from fires in urban areas, and the long-term casualties would very much be from nuclear winter and nuclear famine. So food and to some extent water are also crucial in those. So I think there's some very powerful linkages there.
I was actually heavily involved in the nuclear winter business, working with the Russians. And the thing that stuns me is at the time, there was at least one movie in the United States and considerable interest turned towards the nuclear winter issue. We thought we had really accomplished something, got a lot of publicity, had a huge meeting, and worked very closely with the Soviets at the time on it and with their military. And yet now when the situation is more desperate, it's hardly noticed by anybody. I wish I could say I understood that, but maybe it's one of those things that just has grown so slowly that people have not had it brought to their attention enough. I thought your talk was wonderful for doing that. I hope it gets spread all over the place. Bill Perry is a friend of mine, and he's been working very hard at that, as did George Shultz before he died. But it's been hard for them to get any traction in the overall press, and I don't really understand it.
Thanks very much, Paul. I think it's actually, in large measure, actually deliberate, that the governments and large bureaucratic, military, commercial vested interests, the whole sort of misplaced toxic masculinity and sort of nation state projection of power and technological prowess that's embedded in this whole nuclear thing. There's a very powerful constellation of forces that are actually actively denying and obfuscating the problem. I mean, you would think that when the work was first published now, 15 years ago, that showed that even a relatively small regional nuclear war in one part of the world using less than 1% of the global arsenal could make everybody starve around the world, put billions of people at risk. You would think that that would have every government in the world commissioning their national academies of science and medicine and their national research organizations to check the veracity of that work and see what the implications were for plausible scenarios of nuclear war for their population, their food and water security. No government has actually done that, not one. Frank von Hippel managed to get into this year's defense budget in the US a mandate for the National Academy of Sciences to actually review this in the next 18-month timeframe. So that's an important breakthrough, but we need to tell these stories because there are so many powerful vested interests that actually are deliberately even refusing to look at examine the evidence, let alone address it.
I agree that even the scientific community hasn't followed up as they should have. That Toon paper, there have been a few more recent things, but basically it was an absolutely crucial paper that really didn't go anywhere where it should have. And I'm delighted again that we're raising the issue.
Could I jump in here?
Sorry.
I just want to jump in here for a second. On the connections, I think the key connecting thread in my mind is that extreme inequality is a social poison, and that it makes deep and robust and sustained cooperation almost impossible, and that in turn makes it very, very difficult to see the connections and the balance between the connections in a sustained and strategic way, extremely difficult. So my hope, to return to the question of, is climate getting too much attention? My hope would be that precisely because climate is on a clock that matters right now in terms of like 2030 targets and so on and so forth, that it might be a catalytic event that could conceivably entrain a lot of the other issues. This is not true, I think, of the nuclear issue. The nuclear issue is in a class by itself. And one of the great things about this little conference was the focus on weapons and the lucidity of that presentation. I'll stop.
Thank you, Tom. And Jane, I believe you want to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Andrew's comments earlier on, because it brought up an issue to me that I often have trouble with, and that is people's tendency to want to have a single metric, an alternative to GDP, or, the global footprint to estimate the impact of each person on the environment. And a very important concept that most people don't understand is the law of the minimum, which says that there's no point aggregating all the things that are important. The one that's going to break us, is the one that is most critical at a particular point. And the point of this is that we need to work on all of the planetary boundaries, not just the 9 that are in the diagram from Rockstrom and Steffen, but within each of those, there are multiple strands that are all equally vital for the survival of human civilization. And that might seem disempowering because there are so many things to do, but it's also empowering that each of us can do something really constructive and can influence our societies by bringing those things into the foreground. And I think this conference has been really good in highlighting so many strands that are all individually vitally important. We can't afford to ignore any of them. And it really makes no sense to rank them and to say, oh, well, climate change is most urgent, so that's what we focus on for the next 10 years. Because in 10 years' time, it'll be too late for a whole lot of those other issues. We have to have many balls in the air at one time in order to achieve a safe future for ourselves and for other species.
Thank you, Jane. And that's actually a perfect segue into the next question that I want to ask you all, which is, how are the solutions interconnected? So one of the points that Julian and the other organizers of this conference have made is that not only are the issues interconnected, but the solutions to these issues must also be interconnected, lest we put in place a solution for one issue and then end up making another issue worse. So what is the opinion of the group on how we could make sure that the solutions that we put in place are also interconnected, and that they solve multiple problems with one or two different policies, for example?
Well, equity is the main solution in my view, and it means not just equity in the usual thought about how we treat minorities and so on, but power equity. If you've got to look at where the power is, where you want the power to be, and try and change that. If you look at reducing the scale of the human enterprise, the need to do it, and where the power that is fighting that sort of thing is, then you'll see the interconnection between all of these things. They're all tightly interconnected. End of sermon.
Anybody else has ideas about what solutions could solve more than one problem? Please, you don't need to raise your hand. Just go ahead and unmute yourselves.
I only thought of that this morning or last
Hi,
night.
can I respond to Paul that he's put his money on the changing the power structure of society, and I think one way of doing that is getting corporations to walk their talk they're now doing in the United States of benefiting all their stakeholders. And I'm suggesting this could be facilitated by governments giving a tax incentives for those corporations that change their corporate constitutions that automatically transfers the ownership from the investors to their stakeholders over the life of a patent. And that way, and the tax incentive would create a fiduciary duty for the institutional investors to vote to change of that of the change in the corporate constitution, because they would get a bigger profit quicker with less risk by giving up ownership and endowing it with the masses of people to democratize capitalism, to enrich democracy from the bottom up, as Julian says, and to manage the complexity of all the threats to humanity. You need to amplify the complexity from the bottom up, and corporations converting them to promoting the common good. You meet the Eleanor Ostrom's criteria for avoiding the tragedy of the commons, and the solution, as she said in her Nobel Prize speech, does not depend upon the state, and it doesn't depend on hierarchies. It depends on what she calls polycentric governance, which is distributed power from the bottom up with the masses of people who have the self-interest to, and the ability and capabilities and incentive to solve multiple problems from the bottom up. So that's my sort of silver bullet approach to try and answer your question. Thank you.
Fantastic. Anybody else would like to say something about the interconnectedness of solutions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that people often underestimate the influence of population growth on generating inequality. And it's often a pushback against any discussion of population that it's disregarding inequality. It's quite the opposite. And I want to emphasize that for whatever motive that we do manage to reduce population growth, it undermines the power structure that gives so much political and economic power to big corporations. Because if they can't ensure the oversupply of labor, they can't capture such high proportions of profit. So the same in developing countries, if we are pursuing population stabilization for the sake of local food security or for the sake of local economic poverty reduction, that's directly reducing the power of transnational corporations to exploit those communities. So there are systemic connections between ending population growth and achieving greater equality and stronger democratic structures in the world.
Thank you.
An overall connected solution would be to follow Joel Bacon's writings on corporations and simply get rid of profit-making, limited liability structures, which, if they do the right thing, they just grow the economy, which destroys us. There's really good arguments for just getting rid of them. Same thing with business schools, by the way, who the latest critique of says they train you to take other people's money and put it in your pocket. We're struggling at Stanford to get rid of the business school. I've done that for years. For some reason, it doesn't work.
I support Paul about the getting rid of the business schools, but not getting rid of the corporations, because they are a method of amplifying and contacting the world stakeholders. You need to work get down to the masses, and they have contact with the masses. So we'd use them as a transmission of ideas, power, income, equality, and democratic power to promote the common good.
This gets to something that, can I speak?
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to interrupt anybody. This gets to something that I think may have been entirely overlooked in the last couple of days. I think what we've been hearing about corporations in the last couple of comments indicates that they could serve the greater good, or they could undermine the greater good, as they've been doing. And any institution delivers on its values. And our values come from the story that we tell about who we are, as has also been mentioned. But I've been doing a lot of reading recently about religious and religious/philosophical views of where we are, who we are, why we're here. And very briefly, there are three major ones: the indigenous views, in which the entire world is seen as a spiritual place of mystical existence and complete connection. Eastern philosophies that emphasize the need to balance and harmonize everything in the world. And then the Western view from the Greek and Abrahamic traditions, which takes God, makes God a single thing, takes God away from the world, makes the world an unsacred place, and has catastrophic consequences. There are billions of people who believe one or the other of these narratives. Unfortunately, the most destructive one is the one that gained the most ascendance, but that's a huge source of storytelling and perspective setting that I don't think we have seen discussed here, and maybe something to think about. I've been thinking about that recently for a book that I'm working on.
Well, I'd support that view, because if you believe in one God, you believe in command control hierarchies, which are destroying the planet. And this mindset, and that's the problem of business schools. They only teach command and control hierarchies, the implicit assumption of schools of administration and public policy. They don't, I don't know of any university that now teaches bottom-up governance, like Eleanor Ostrom says can resolve the tragedy of the local commons and can be applied to solve the tragedy of the global commons. And that's why I support Paul's idea. You need to get rid of business schools or teach them. They've got to learn from their science disciplines of how to make self-regulating, self-governing automobiles. We need to have self-governing, self-regulating social societies, which Australian Aborigines have done for 65,000 years. They can teach us how the practice of self-governance, of looking after the environment and stewardship, because they see themselves as being of the environment. They don't have the words like ownership, because they see the environment possesses them. It's the opposite way of thinking. We don't even have, as Al Gore says, we don't even have the words to describe sustainable relationships. We've invented new words of social constructs like economic value, hierarchies, cost and prices, which are relevant to sustainability. So that's my bit.
Well, they're the sustainable society we have. They've lasted for 60,000 years. We barely got.
They're the role model. We should learn from them.
Exactly.
They've got the practice. Thank you.
If I could just offer a perspective on what we're dealing with here. I mean, basically, in surviving the 21st century, I said there are four huge mass delusions. The first one is money, which is a figment of our imagination, doesn't exist. The second one is religion. The third one is politics. And the fourth one is the human narrative, or the stories that we tell about ourselves. Now, if we can fix all of those to reflect the changes that we've identified at this conference and in many other fora, then I think we're heading in the right direction. An example of somebody who is trying to change the narrative, and he's not the only example by any means, but Pope Francis in Laudato Si says basically, if you don't look after the earth, it won't look after you, which is pretty good theology and it's pretty good ecology. So we need more religious leaders, we need more political leaders, we need more financial leaders, and we need more movie makers who are saying exactly that. So it's how we change these narratives to make them, and author, of course, is an exponent of this, how, changing with books, with every single tool at our disposal. And so, I would encourage that. And let me just mention one thing that the Council for the Human, sorry.
No, I just need to wrap it up. And in the spirit of passing the buck to the next generation and to the other gender, I think I'm going to ask Ashley to have the last word because she's been very active in the chat and she has a really interesting question that she'd like to pose.
Hi. Okay, I feel that's a lot of pressure. I'm such a huge fan of everybody here. I just want to briefly say, I think that the world that I'm in, I left academia, I have a PhD in sociology, and now I'm in the world of practice, and I'm basically surrounded by people doing unbelievable things, relocalizing economies, reimagining agricultural systems, reimagining how to organize cooperation through things like schooling co-ops or reimagining transportation, all of these things. And I guess my message to everybody here would be to just maybe change the lens of the kinds of circles you're in, or at least expand them a bit, because if you open your eyes and see the way some of these things are playing out as potential solutions, even if they're not perfect or perfectly scalable or perfectly replicatable globally, that's okay too. I think there's a lot in the scientific mindset to think of solutions that are fully top down or fully replicatable or fully measurable. Whereas in my experience now outside of academia, there's so many people doing things that are unbelievably interesting and have huge potential. The way that I run my field school, which is I host American students here in Uruguay, and the work, the schooling is they go spend the day and work alongside agroecological farmers here in Uruguay. And then in the evening, we talk about sociology, and I try to explain it to them. What are they seeing? Why is this interesting? Why is this important? And even after a 10-day trip, these students are unbelievably changed and invigorated about the potential in understanding small-scale solutions. So anyways, I just think that there's a lot of really cool things happening out there, and I'll get off my soapbox. Thanks so much.
That was fascinating, Ashley. Thank you so much. So I'm going to end here because we're past the time that we wanted to finish this conference, and I'm sure there would be so much more to say. But the main thing is that we've now established the connections between us, and that you now know each other, and that you can get in touch after this conference. So I'm going to now pass the floor to Joan Diamond, who was one of the main organizers of this conference, who would like to say a few words.
Well, just before passing, I think the mic for the final time to John, I want to emphasize that these are not competing problems. It's one interconnected, interdependent, incestuous challenge. And it's easier to think of it, for me, to think of it that way, rather than a series of problems when we sometimes fall into the trap of which one's more important. But what I really want to say is, first of all, thank you to the speakers for the incredible amount of time you put into your talks, for being here, for the focus. It's a tremendous gift to the future, and I hope that we can honor that by getting it to as many places and the widest audience possible. I want to thank all of those who have been with us for the last 2 days. It was a weekend, and it was a lot of time, and you contributed tremendously to our understanding. I want to thank James Ansell, who might be invisible to you, but is not at all invisible. He has been the technical guru of this conference. And James, I think that soon you will be able to breathe again. Excuse me for that. And it really has been a huge task for him and James. You've done marvelously for all of us. And finally, I'd like to thank Olfa, who, as you know, is our facilitator. She not only brought us in on time, kept us moving, kept us on track when we thought of going other places, but also ensured tremendous depth and brought research and thoughtfulness and preparation to every single conversation. And I know it's about midnight in the UK or close to it. And thank you, Olfa.
You're very welcome. It was an honor. Thank you so much, Joan. So John, I think over to you now for the last few words of the conference. You opened it up, and so now we'd very much like for you to give us your closing statement.
Well, thanks very much. Look, I just wanted to add my thanks to those that Joan's just uttered, to you, Olfa, to Julian and Joan in particular, with the work, the enormous amount of work that was done to put this together, and to congratulate those behind the scenes that made it flow pretty seamlessly over multiple continents over a couple of days. I think it's a testimony to what can be done with technology. Look, it's hard to summarise what has been a very, very constructive discussion. We've had some significant expert contributions in so many areas. I'd just go back, I think, to Paul Ehrlich's suggestion that we have a survival revolution. The elements that you've all talked about are elements of what would be required to an effective survival revolution that would give us a response to these sort of existential threats. I'd like to see the open letter endorsed widely and globally to all governments and key institutions and to all residents of the planet, really, that we can make a difference, we can solve a problem. The point is it's now an imperative that we do, and we should be focusing on exactly what needs to be done. I like the concept of changing the narrative. A lot of emphasis has been put on that over the last few days, but the elements, I think, have been more or less addressed. So I just congratulate everyone for contributing so successfully to what I think has been a very worthwhile exercise. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So I'm just going to then thank everybody who has been participating over the last 2 days. Thank all the ones who have also watched the live stream as this conference was happening. And I also want to extend a word of thanks to all the people who are going to watch this video in the month and years to come. We hope that you found this interesting, that it will perhaps inspire you to look further into these issues, or that you will organize future conferences of your own, that you will reach out to the speakers to ask them for more details. And we hope that most of all, that this has inspired you to trigger change at any level, individual, in your community, by demanding change from your government, or any other way that you think would be beneficial to change on this planet. So before we end, I just want to make sure that you know that these videos will be made available to you on the websites of the organizations that are putting together this conference. You have them here. Sorry, my finger's disappearing. But here, the MAHB, the Council for the Human Future, and the Common Home of Humanity. The three websites will have the videos. You will also be able to find the petition there. We would very much like for all the people who are watching this to sign the petition, which is the letter that John read earlier at the beginning of the plenary, because this is the way that we're going to spread the word about what we propose here to the governments who could make a difference in implementing change. So if we could circulate that petition, that would be very helpful. So thank you very much, everyone, for this commitment of time and for your enthusiasm for change and for caring. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you all.
Thanks very much. See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.